Order, please. Good evening and welcome. Tonight we are meeting at the Warm Council Chambers here in Shire Hall. Members of the public who wish to... I'm Councillor Phil Prinzen, Councillor for Bloomfield-Hallowell, and I will be chairing tonight's meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak at a Planning and Development Committee meeting are invited to register with the Clerk's office in advance. These meetings are public meetings as required under the Planning Act and will deal with the planning applications listed on the agenda. Tonight's agenda lists all the items before committee for consideration. Copies of the agenda have been posted on our website. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed and any participation in the meeting proceedings will become part of the public record. The recording from the meeting will be published on the county's website immediately and can be viewed by selecting the live stream tab on the bottom right of the county's homepage at thecounty.ca. Personal information collected as a result of this public meeting is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making decisions on these matters. For each item listed on the agenda under Section 4, I will ask whether staff, applicant or agent, a member of the public, or council has a question or concern regarding the item. If there are no questions or concerns from anyone, I will order the matter and recommendations be added to Section 5 consent agenda. Under Section 5, I will call for a motion to approve all items and any associated recommendations as one single motion. The minutes from this meeting shall report matters approved as part of the consent agenda. If there are concerns or questions from the staff, applicant or agent, member of council, or a member of public has registered to speak or is present to speak, the item and its recommendations will be moved to Section 6, items for consideration. Under Section 6, the committee will hear these comments, where each item will be discussed and voted on individually. The Planning and Development Committee will make a recommendation to approve with conditions or to deny a planning application. Council has the final say on all the applications. All bylaws on this agenda will be approved at the next available council meeting. Following council's decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipal clerk before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. So having said all that, I will look for a motion to confirm the agenda. And I believe we have an amendment to the confirmation of the agenda.
Yes, through the chair to committee. I believe that council members want some of the items reordered. So the motion is that the agenda be reordered to address item 4.3, 13437 Loyalist Parkway, before item 4.2, 233 Fawcett Avenue, and renumbered accordingly in accordance with section 8.12 of the procedural bylaw. And that's just hopefully to get some of the public members here home earlier.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And if council just, Councillor Hirsch and Councillor Branderhorst, but just so council's all aware, the reason is the agent is asking for a deferral on the item. So we thought that would move fairly quickly. So that's why we have requested the amendment to the agenda. So we have our mover and our seconder in Hirsch and Branderhorst. So all in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
We also just need to confirm the agenda as amended.
That's right.
Thank
I was
you.
just moving us faster. So we'll use the Hirsch Branderhorst again. Agenda as amended. All in favor? And that carries as well. Thank you. Now I'll look for disclosure, so that gives people time to think. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Councillor Hyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an interest in 4.3 on the agenda, which is now 4.1.
4.2. It's now 4.2.
4.2?
Yeah.
Okay. 4.2 Loyalist Heights subdivision on 1343 7 Loyalist Parkway. My daughter and son-in-law farm that land.
Thank you. Any further? Seeing none. Okay, moving on to section 4. 4.1. So zoning file number Z24-23, Spike Capital Corp., 347 Picton, Maine. Does staff, applicant or agent, member of the public, or member of council wish to make a comment or have a question on this item? Councilor McNaughton? Okay, so we will move that to the section 6 on our. Okay, so now we're into the new 4.2, subdivision official plan zoning file number 13-T-21503, OPA-05-21, and Z21-21, 19833358, Ontario Inc., Loyalist Heights, 13437 Loyalist Parkway. I'm aware that there is many members of the public that have registered, as well as the agent who will be asking for the deferral on this item. So we will move that to the section 6. 4.3, subdivision, the old 4.2 on your agendas, subdivision official plan zoning file number 13-T-24-501, OPA-01-24, and Z1-24, Hilden Homes Limited, 233 Fawcett Avenue. Does staff, agent, or applicant members, and I know there is many registered to speak on this, so we will move that to items for consideration, section 6. 4.4, consent file number B29-2022, Castle Amalco Real Estate Holdings, ULC, Lake Avenue Resort, RV Resort, 37-38 Lake Avenue Lane. I have some public members who would like to speak on this, as well as the applicant and the agent, so we will move that one to consideration, items for consideration. 4.5, consent file number B1-24 and Z2-24, Greg Saunders and Lori Saunders, 1226 County Road 35. Does staff, applicant or agent, member of the public, or a member of council wish to make a comment or have a question on this item? Seeing none, I will move 4.5 to the consent agenda, section 5. 4.6, zoning file number Z2-23, Tens of East Lake Realty, Inc., Allswell Resort, 41 Willow Lane. Does staff, applicant or agent, member of the public, or a member of council wish to make a comment or have a question on this item? Scott?
Great, Mr. Chair. There were comments received by email from by staff, but I do believe that the person is not attending and not attending virtually. And beyond that, there's nothing to add.
So,
I believe the comments are provided to the committee. So there's nothing.
no further comments.
Right, correct.
So we move this to consent.
Yes.
So 4.5 and 4.6 are on our consent agenda.
Sorry to clarify, unless committee members have any questions from that correspondence that was circulated earlier
Yeah.
this week.
And seeing none, we will now move it to section 5, consent agenda. So we have 2 items, and Madam Clerk, I will have you read out a motion for the consent agenda, please.
That item 4.5 and 4.6, as listed on the agenda, be approved by consent.
And I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Roberts, Councillor Hirsch, all in favor? And that carries. Okay. Items for consideration. Now we're back on to 4.1. Okay, just let me get reorganized, thank you. Zoning file number Z24-2023, Spike Capital Corp. 347. Oh, I had a sheet. Staff, do you have any additional comments on this item?
Through the chair, no additional comments from staff.
Thank you, Matt. Applicant or agent, Are they with us this evening?
They're virtual.
Ruth is here. And sorry, I forgot to mention earlier, there is, if you don't want to be in this room, the committee room is open and there are extra seats, and I believe they're streaming it into that room. But you're more than welcome to stay, I'm just making it known. Welcome, Ruth. Are you in agreement with the conditions or of approval as outlined in the report, or would you like to speak to it?
Yes, we are in agreement with the recommendations of staff. We also have a presentation, should there be more information requested by the applicant, from the applicant with respect to the rezoning application for the Cape.
So Councillor McNaughton pulled this one, so I'm gonna, you have a presentation ready?
It's been loaded, yes.
Okay. Do you want to take 10 minutes, or did you want to see why Councillor McNaughton pulled it for 1 second? You'd like to see it? Okay. So you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. And following my presentation, which will be less than 10 minutes, I believe, Jonathan Kearns, who is the project architect and representing Spike Capital, would also like to speak for 5 minutes maximum. Thank you. If I could call up the first slide. Thank you. I don't know if it's possible to move the small window because it does block some of the information. But the site is for the Cape rezoning is 1.4 acres and 5.55 hectares in area. So it's a large site outlined here in green. It fronts on the Picton Main Street, which is designated as an arterial road, and on Johnson Street, which is a collector road. To the south, immediately adjacent, is the Merrill House and Restaurant, a boutique hotel, and the site to the northwest and east is surrounded by residential uses, short-term accommodation, and bed and breakfast inns. The area that is proposed for expansion is outlined in red. You'll see from the one rectangular box that most of the expansion is within the existing building footprint, and a portion of the expansion beyond that is on the existing parking lot and buffer area that's adjacent to the Merrill House, which is immediately to the south below the Cape building. And I also wanted to note that the existing parking lot, the extent of asphalt, you'll see some changes being proposed for that area adjacent to Johnson Street. And finally, there's a small conservatory addition planned in the small box that faces Main Street. Thank you. Next slide. The Cape was formerly known as the Royal Canadian Legion, and it's designated under the Ontario Heritage Act and is known as the Ross McMullen House due to its architectural and historical significance. The property has been restored by the owners and is currently used, according to the existing zoning, as an assembly hall and a residence with 4-bedroom suites which are licensed under the county's short-term accommodation bylaw. Next slide, please. We started working with Prince Edward County planning staff 2 years ago and have had numerous consultation meetings over that time. The rezoning was filed in December of 2023 and was deemed complete in March of 2024. We held a neighborhood information meeting on March 25th, and that is a typo, it was this winter. And in support of the rezoning application, I prepared a planning justification report and a draft zoning bylaw amendment. Kearns Mancini Architects prepared the site plan and architectural drawings and the heritage design statement, while WSE prepared the servicing reports and stormwater report and servicing plan. Thank you. Next slide. This slide shows the site plan that's proposed for the in support of the rezoning. There's a 3-story addition that's proposed. Again, I would refer you to the red rectangular block within the existing building footprint, which is the lighter shade on the right side, and also the darker shading next to Merrill House. This addition will house 20 new hotel rooms at the Cape. The addition would also include a lobby for the proposed hotel and a reception and office area. And there will be an elevator with access to all 3 floors from the lobby. The small conservatory area is adjacent to the Odyssey Ballroom that faces the lawn on Main Street. There are 53 parking spaces that are proposed that are shown on the plan, and there's a darker area of the parking with a red X through it. That's meant to show a special landscape forecourt with pavers, special pavers. And the existing garden and front lawn at Main Street will remain unchanged, and that's the large green area with the trees on the right-hand side facing Main Street. There's no change to that area as a result of this rezoning. However, through discussions with planning staff, extensive additional landscaping is proposed along Johnson Street. And the purpose of this landscaping is to screen the parking area from Johnson Street and to define the vehicular access to the site. Right now, that's not well defined at all, as well as a separate pedestrian access to the site, a main pedestrian corridor through to the main lobby from Johnson Street. And there'll be extensive landscaping, mature trees planted. There will be fencing as well as stone wall along Johnson Street. So it'll look very different from what it does today. Also along the west property line adjacent to the residential property, there will be a new fence and landscaping shown as the green strip on the left-hand side of the site plan. Next site plan, please. Next drawing. This is the elevation facing Johnson Street. And the current zoning is institutional under the Prince Edward County zoning bylaw. The zoning amendment will rezone it to a site-specific general commercial zone, which would permit the hotel with ancillary uses such as the event space, meeting rooms, and a dining room. There are a number of special provisions in the zoning bylaw amendment, and these were directed to us by planning staff, and they also reflect existing site conditions, such as the interior side lot line setback next to the Merrill House, the location of the loading space along Johnson Street and the size of that space. We reduced the parking sizes of the parking stalls to what is reflected in the new zoning bylaw. And the height is going to be defined from the Johnson Street elevation, which this is shown here on this particular illustration. And also the amount of parking that is being proposed at 53, which is a slight reduction as a result of the increased landscaping along Johnson Street. The next slide, please. Thank you. The Picton Urban Center Secondary Plan designates this site as a town corridor area. Here the property is shown in green and the orange is the town corridor area. The corridor functions as a gateway or an attractive feature corridor to the downtown core of Picton. This site is 1 block from the downtown core. It's shown in red, the core area. The Cape itself is a large historic site and building with an expansive lawn and mature trees that will be preserved. And this property is much larger than the properties you would find in the core. The 20-room hotel addition would be within or the rear of the existing building and next to Merrill House, in addition to the 4 rooms that are in the existing building. The rezoning through the planning report that I prepared and through the staff report conforms to the town corridor area policies. These policies permit a range of commercial uses. The policies encourage intensification of tourism-related uses and provided that the high-quality urban design is proposed. The expansion will be compatible with the location and the setting in the neighborhood, and it will support the vitality of commercial uses in the core area. And finally, it will fulfill the gateway function of the corridor. Next slide, please. Thank you. I wanted to summarize the neighborhood meeting we had on March 25th. 40 neighbors were invited and 25 attended. Jonathan and I provided a formal presentation followed by a question and answer period. There are 5 main issues that were identified that would be primarily addressed through the site plan control process. The first was with parking, and would there be enough parking? And the response that was provided was that the hotel room guests that are staying at the Cape are also users of the event space. For example, when a wedding or any other special event will be held there. They also have an arrangement with Merrill House to share the parking and guests back and forth, so they have that ability to work with Merrill Inn, and they do so. Also, guests walk to events at the Cape from other nearby Airbnbs and other hotels, or they use the municipal lots on the weekends. Prince Edward County staff had also requested, as I mentioned, landscape improvements on Johnson Street, and this has resulted in some parking areas being removed. And under the new zoning bylaw, only 3 or 4 parking spaces are going to be provided than would be in the CG zone. So it's a very minor request in reduction of parking.
You have 2 minutes left, Ruth.
Yep.
I'm almost done, thank you. The noise concerns would be addressed through the municipal noise bylaw and controlled through the management. The garbage would be stored inside and brought to the street for collection. There would be a new privacy fence along the western property line, and all lighting would be directed downwards. As well, there would be fencing around the perimeter to block headlights from adjoining cars. So I have one last slide, and then I would like to turn it over to Jonathan. This rezoning for the Cape is consistent with the PPS, and it conforms to the policies of the Picton secondary plan for the town corridor area. The design will be compatible. It's in keeping with the heritage character of the property and of the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. And I'll allow Jonathan 5 minutes as we'll call him an audience member so we can get away with this, but go ahead.
I'm famous for being short and sweet. Thank you. First of all, I'm Jonathan Kearns. I'm the principal of Kearns Mancini Architects. We're a firm with a long history in heritage architecture. My wife, Corinne, and I were the sole owners of the Cape, and I just want to say we consider it an honor and a privilege to own this beautiful property, and we're dedicated to keeping it and making it fully sustainable going into the future. So if I could go to the next slide, please. So the upper image is showing you the front of the Cape, with the front of the main event ballroom, what we call the Odyssey Room, converted to a conservatory style of design. What that does is it enables that room to connect to the front garden and transforms that space from being a little bit like a half basement to being a beautiful event space that all of the county can enjoy. And the outline of the building addition behind, it's a faint line, but it's so far back that I don't think you'll even see it from Main Street. So when you go around onto Johnson Street, then the building is more visible. But this image, which is a flat elevation, doesn't properly present the fact that it's more than 100 feet back from Johnson Street. And we've put a lot of work into designing stone walls and fences that will camouflage the parking lot and make this part of Johnson Street far more beautiful than it is now. Next slide, please. So in our site plan, you can see how far back from Johnson Street the addition is. And the reason why we didn't lose a lot of parking is because we overlapped with the existing building to quite a significant degree. And we did that because, first of all, we wanted to keep as much parking in the back of the property. Now, technically, we could park in the front garden, but would we do that? Not in a million years. We consider the front garden and the front of the house as sacrosanct. And it's a great space that everyone enjoys, either actively or passively. But one of the reasons for the overlap is we're able to connect to an existing stairway. And that means that we could have a stair that connects every floor level, and there are about 8 altogether, because we're connecting the 3 new floors of the addition plus a basement level, and then misaligned floors within the heritage building as well. So there's multiple stops on the elevator and various landings. But now there's a way for the whole building to connect properly and be fully accessible in a barrier-free sense. So next slide, please. And this plan I put in because I wanted to illustrate that the new addition does not impact or even make contact with the original heritage building. So it's being kept just a modest distance back. And also you can see there's some skylights going into the event space on the bottom right of the plan. And the next slide, please, is a rendering showing the view from Johnson Street. And, you know, when we purchased the building and we're doing the first round of renovations, we were taking out all the old defunct radiators, which were quite ugly coal-fired hot water heaters, but they had beautiful wrought iron grills covering them with marble tops. So we kept every one of those grills, and we are using some of them over the main entrance now. But we're scanning and developing them into features of the exterior elevation and making gates out of them. So they have very beautiful images in them, including blue herons. So that, by using the same stonework of the Cape building and the new cladding of the hotel addition, matching to a degree the brick, the buff yellow brick of the main building, there's a nice consistency and coming together of all the materials and colors. And at the same time, we're not trying to emulate the heritage architecture, but to show a contemporary way of augmenting the existing building. Thank you.
Perfect. I was going to tell you your time's up, but you did it 4:58. Awesome. So thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on this file? You got a question for the presenter? Can I put it on the floor first?
Through the, yes.
So I will, so there's nobody else in the audience, so I know there is some questions from council, so can I get a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor so we can discuss it? Councillor Roberts, Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report DS-34 2024 of Development Services dated June 19, 2024 regarding zoning bylaw amendment file number Z24-23 be received, and that zoning bylaw amendment file number Z24-23 for lands described as part lot 226 Plan 24 Picton, as in PE 21567, except Part 1 47R 1282, and except Part 1 47R 7842 Prince Edward be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor McNaughton, do you have a question? And then if it's to the presenter, I will call them back up for you.
Yes, thank you. That is what I would
No.
like. And just to,
No worries.
if there's some procedural confusion, my apologies.
It's all good.
But
For
I-
Ruth or Jonathan?
Yeah, I did briefly have a couple of questions for either, whoever wants to answer. So first, I would like to say the design is beautiful, and I love the juxtaposition of the different eras and how they fit together and complement each other. And I like carrying over those themes without trying to pretend that we're going back in time. That is always such an enjoyable thing to see. And I like that you've sensitively set it back from the street, and so that there'll be some masking. So I just did want to make that comment. I also wanted to ask how you saw either of you, how you saw the space working. We already do see, and I'll be asking staff about it later, something of a struggle that, I think that neighborhood wants this business to flourish. So I'm not trying to sort of create antagonism, but I just want to ask how you see this new development impacting the existing uses, which already have a little bit of tension when we have, as they live and breathe, like, buses idling outside of windows and lots of, overflow parking on streets, which is understandable. And I'm just wondering how you see that working. And I would certainly compliment the addition of the buffer between Johnson Street and the parking area. This is certainly going to help to beautify and create a little bit of a barrier, but I'm still thinking about bus traffic and picking up tipsy people at 2:00 in the morning and stuff like that.
So thank you for the question. I think it's very astute observations, and I would repeat what you said, that the new design of the landscaping and the stone walls and the new entrance and gates and landscaping will go a long way to making that parking function much better than it does currently. And mind you, we're not really increasing the amount of traffic or the amount of parking over what is already existing. But I think we're making it function a lot better because it's more contained, it's separated from Johnson Street. We've talked to our neighbors across the road, and from time to time, we've changed the lighting or we've repaired the fence. And I know when you drive up Johnson Street, you know, you've got that huge area of open asphalt that just flows down onto Johnson Street. That will change completely because now it's going to be a really definite edge. While we're the owners, we have a professional management company for the last about year and a half. And they've been operating on an excellent level, I must say. We get constantly positive and complimentary remarks about their management. And most certainly, if there's any issue with noise or with buses, from time to time, it's unavoidable that something might happen. But our manager is fully authorized and backed up by us to not let that happen. And he's very astute at bringing people indoors at 11 p.m. and keeping noise under control and keeping in compliance with the bylaw.
Thank you for that explanation. And may I have just a quick follow-up that's slightly off topic? Also, the conservatory building, you see, so that is not adding to the footprint by very much, maybe only a couple of meters, is that?
It's about, I'm just going off the top of my head, it's maybe 6 or 7 meters.
6 or 7
But it
meters.
doesn't go any further into the garden than the veranda that's there now.
Excellent.
Yeah, so, but it's a very important touch because personally I never liked the way that addition looked to the front of the house, being a blank wall, and it takes away the amenity of the garden from the room inside. So, you know, and we like that room to be used not only for, you know, commercial events, but also by the community for fundraising parties and so forth. So I think it'll be a great enhancement and improvement of the facility.
Thank you for your responses.
Thank you.
Councillor St. Jean had a question for the agent or applicant too. So Councillor St. Jean? Mike. Go ahead, St. Jean.
Thank you.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank Jonathan and his team. I think everyone is quite tasteful. We have a lot of memories of the old Legion, and you certainly done a lot of work to bring back the character of that original building after all the many years of changes. So congratulations to you and your team on that. I do have a question with regards to, I guess it would be the westerly property line abutting the single-family dwellings, the residential zone. With regards to I'm assuming it's a grassy strip adjacent to the parking area. I'm having difficulty maybe accepting that there shouldn't be a proper green buffer, a vegetative buffer along that side. Given nobody likes to live next to a parking lot, is what I'm saying. And having a fence is nice, but I think given the times we are in, that a green buffer would be much more appropriate. Has there been any thought put into that? I'm not sure if that should be.
He's just coming back up to them, yeah.
Do you know the way Siri answers when she's performed a task and she says, done? Well, consider it done. We would be more than happy to build a fence and then install trees, preferably coniferous trees, pines and spruce along that property line. We respect our neighbors, and we've already been repairing that fence that's there now, but when we put in a new fence, we would gladly put in trees that are in the order of 10 to 12 feet when we transplant them. Would that be acceptable?
Well, that would, to me, that's acceptable. It's more about your neighbors and whether it's acceptable to them. But
Thank you.
certainly,
Good. Well,
Mr. Chair,
Yes, St. Jean.
I do have one that's specific to something that
For agent or staff?
yes, for the agent.
Okay, go ahead.
So this would be for Ruth. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said there would be curbside garbage pickup from the new Cape. Did I hear that correctly, or is there going to be on-site commercial pickup as there should be in almost every commercial zone?
Councillor Prinzen, or through Councillor Prinzen to St. Jean, what I stated was that the garbage would be carried out to the curb, that it wouldn't be stored outside, that there would be an inside storage area, and the nature of the pickup is part of the site plan agreement, whether or not that's commercial or municipal.
Okay. I guess my concern there is that a commercial operation the size of this one would be utilizing what is typically residential curbside pickup. I would hope that that's not the case.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Jean. Thank you, Ruth and Jonathan. Are there any questions from council to staff? Councillor McNaughton?
Thank you. So more comments. Sort of along the lines of what Councillor St. Jean was asking, just trying to ensure at the site plan time that everything is respectful for the neighborhood would sort of be my concern. I very much support this, I think, somewhat overdue rezoning. And I'm happy that it's before us tonight and we'll support it. I do want to urge, simply because despite the fact that there's obviously very close proximity to core businesses, there's also the entire neighborhood is residential, pretty much. And ensuring at site plan that every care can be taken to ensure that there's a great relationship between this business and the neighbors surrounding it, the residential neighbors surrounding it, is what I'm very much hoping we'll see from the site plan process. And I know that I know that that's already in your thoughts, but I just wanted to emphasize how important it is to maintain this strong relationship. And to be looking at how particularly events are going to impact the surrounding area to ensure that it's smooth, clean, and respectful would be my hope that you'll carry forward to the site plan process. Just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff's taking notes and nodding heads. Good to see. No further comments. Councillor Nyman? Oh, sorry. I'll get you in a minute. Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question about the loading zone on Johnson Street. And I think when I looked at the what was in the package, it's one little parking spot off the street. I'm just wondering, I don't know what the loading zone would be. Like I'm taking it deliveries and stuff, and that little parking spot, if it's transport coming, is not going to be sufficient. So is a transport going to be on the street parking to unload?
Matt? We'll let staff answer this. We'll let staff. Go ahead, Matt.
Through the chair. I'm not aware of how their operations are going to function, but the loading zone is there to function as their loading zone. So we do not anticipate that there'll be on-street loading. So there will be no need for a transport to be sitting outside of the building on Johnson Street. It would be loading on site.
Follow up, yep.
Okay, I guess I'm just a little concerned because like I say, it don't look like that loading zone that's on that drawing is big enough for a transport, if a transport's coming. I don't know what is coming for, like, to unload, but I think we just want to make sure that the traffic's not impeded by trucks parked on the Johnson Street.
Yeah, through the chair. So yes, you're correct in that it wouldn't be a suitable size for a full-size truck, but a small truck or a van would certainly be able to accommodate that.
Okay, thank you, Matt. And seeing that Michael went back to Jonathan, I will give him the grace to answer Councillor Nyman's question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, that is the current loading bay as existing. We've never had a transport truck on the site. We don't intend to. Like, if someone says they're going to come in a transport truck, we'll say, don't come. That's set up, and we're keeping the existing location because it can serve to bring furniture or whatever is needed to the front garden, to the building, or to the parking area, which is impossible to do from any other part of the property. So it's really, and in our 5 years of operating the building, we've never had the need for a greater loading area than we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Jean, did you have a question for staff?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With regards to the reduction in the on-site parking, I think we're all well aware of how busy it can get in that corridor and how precious a lot of our parking spaces are. So I'm just wondering, I know that the 20 minutes we're accommodating for that on the on-site on the parking space, but with our events, it can get pretty darn busy there. So typically, and I'm going to refer to downtown Corp and some of the other places, when there's a change of operation from, say, an office space to a restaurant, the municipality demands cash in lieu of payment for the use of these very rare and precious parking spaces that we have in Picton. And I guess this would be to you, Matt. Has there been discussion about the greater discussion with regards to the impact of these larger events and the scarcity of parking, and therefore some consideration for cash in lieu of parking?
Through the chair, so the reduction in parking does account for the hotel rooms as well as events. So I believe it's 1 space per room and then 1 space for every 9 square meters. Now, in our draft comprehensive zoning bylaw, the rate does go down a little bit. So in reality, we're looking at a reduction of 4 parking spaces, and that would be in compliant with our proposed zoning bylaw. So it's a pretty minor reduction overall. There are 24 parking spaces currently on Main Street, so if there is an overflow, it's more likely to be accommodated on Main Street. In terms of the cash in lieu, we have had some discussions on that. It is written into the bylaw that the reduction is contingent on the cash in lieu policies, the cash in lieu bylaw itself. So at the time of site plan application, staff are able to apply that if necessary.
Okay, well, that's thank you very much. And I just want to generally say I think this is a great project. I think it will be a great benefit to just Picton, to the entire community. Having a zone and another accommodation space available in our municipality, I think is a really good thing. And I particularly like the fact that the zone will be adjusted to commercial general, I guess, as opposed to institutional, which pays relatively nothing in taxes, comparatively. Thank you.
Let's stick to questions. We got quite an agenda ahead of us. So, do you have a question, Councillor Maynard?
Yes,
please.
Thank you. Just regarding Councillor St. Jean's question or request for trees and shrubbery on that west, would that require an amendment, or staff is going to take that as direction? And then when I look at Johnson Street, so it says, you know, the sidewalk, and then I see some green space going towards Main Street. So will there be any parking even left on that section of the street? Because we know it's a busy area, right? You got people picking up. So will there be any actual parking spots along Johnson Street, or is that all, because they're filling in the existing asphalt area to be re-landscaped? So that's on the Johnson Street side.
Matt?
Through the chair, based on the site plan, all the park will be on site.
No, but I mean, if that, where it says existing asphalt area to be landscaped, and then where the sidewalk is there still street parking for others on, does that still leave enough room for
If
street
there are
parking
parking
on
spaces there, they
Johnson
would still
Street?
be there, yes.
And just to say that we often have a hard time finding a spot to park on Main Street, but maybe it won't conflict, let's hope.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor to Robert's Nyman motion. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're doing 4.3, which is now 4.2. Sorry, this is a little confusing, but it's the subdivision official plan and zoning file number 13-T-21-503 OPA-05-21 and Z21-21 1983358 Ontario Inc. Loyalist Heights. Councillor Nyman's leaving the room, thank you. 13437 Loyalist Parkway. Staff, do you have any additional comments?
Through the chair, no additional comments.
Nothing, thank you. Applicant or agent, and I'm waiting for our agent who is going to be zooming in here. Ray, welcome to the meeting. Ray, can you hear me? Ray? He's probably following along on YouTube, and he's about 3 seconds behind. It's gonna kick in real quick here. Hello, Ray.
Through the chair, it does look like it's still connecting to
I
audio.
can't see that screen. Ah, there's Ray. I see his face. Oh, he's connected now. Welcome, Ray. How are you tonight? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? And I'll just remind you, if you have YouTube, can you please pause it? Are you in agreement with conditions of approval as outlined in the report? I'm just asking you if you are in agreement with the conditions. But I think you're requesting a deferral, is that correct? Okay, thank you, Ray. Madam Clerk?
Yes, through the chair, if committee wishes to do so, I can display a deferral motion.
Okay. Should, although this is now that he's had his request for deferral, and I assume committee will grant it, it's not a statutory public meeting, but if members of the public have shown up to speak on this, I will allow them the time, but just remind them that it's, although you took your time tonight, it's probably best to come to the meeting where a decision is going to be made so it's fresh. But if anybody from the public is here for this file and would like to speak on it before the deferral officially goes on the floor, I will allow that to happen. Yes, sir.
My name is Ovio Jassi. I live at 13403 Loyalist Parkway.
I will remind you, you just have 5 minutes?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that's all I asked for.
Yep.
Okay, I live at the east end of the property, which is going to be right adjacent to the seniors area, and we're wondering what's going to happen to the property line. We have a huge hedgerow there with you can't see the survey markers. You can see the northeast and southeast. In between, it's all just tall and short trees of all kinds.
Okay.
And we're also wondering about responsibility for defining the property line clearly so that people, traipsers, don't trespass just because they think that our land is park. We have a lot of trees, and we love it, and we don't really appreciate someone coming in, maybe picking our forsythias, lilacs, or mulberries or anything. So is there any kind of legal position you have to have them put up a fence that's suitable to you and to them and to me?
Yeah. So these are great questions. Unfortunately, like I say, he's asking for a deferral, so there won't be any decisions made on it right now. But I'm sure staff will take those notes. Ray heard your comments, so I'm hoping that when Ray comes back, when his health is better, to bring this file for decision, he'll have those answers, and we won't even have to discuss it because he'll have them right where we want to see them. And Matt's handing you his card, so thank you for your comments and your time.
All right. And if anyone along Loyalist Parkway wants to see a list of the plants and the animals and creatures I've charted, many were not included in the Greer-Galloway chart.
Okay, make sure.
Very incomplete.
Make sure Matt gets that, and when you'll be notified when this comes back for a decision to committee. It's because it will be coming back, is my belief. So any other public would like to speak on this application, even though there's a deferral on the floor? Or not yet, but. So you can speak now, but if it's a comment regarding the decision, I would suggest you hold off till the decision meeting so it's all fresh in our minds and the discussion happens at that point. But you took your time tonight, so I will give you 5 minutes to speak now if you would like to speak now, and you can speak then again, but or you can just get Matt's card and have one-on-ones with him too. It's up to you. Would you like to speak? Okay, come to the microphone and we'll allow you 5 minutes. And, yeah, you.
Okay.
State your name.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, state your name for the record,
Okay.
please.
My name is Ruth Bruce, and my backyard entirely abuts the subject lands herein. And so I have concern, like removal of trees, there are trees behind me, will have an environmental impact in terms of displacement of wildlife and soil erosion, and is detrimental to quality of life in surrounding area. Example, trees provide shade and privacy covering. I and others in the area have an in-ground well as a source of water, which is really good water, not like the town water. Digging nearby could contaminate, diminish, or otherwise affect the water supply. Infrastructure, including roadways, stores, and services, are not sufficient to deal with a sudden increase in population and traffic in the area. This will cause congestion, overloaded services such as phone towers and power supplies, even beyond what we already experience with increased tourism, and inadequate or unavailable supplies with growing demand. Proposed area is prime agricultural soil, I'll say that. Once this is developed, it can never be returned to its natural state. There is less than 5% of prime agricultural land left in Ontario. Continuing to develop farmland in Prince Edward County not only has a significant environmental impact on the surrounding area, but it also fundamentally changes the rural charm and authenticity which has drawn so many people to the area in recent years. The intention of the nearby Millennium Trail is to provide a safe place to walk, bike, and ride. Developing so close to and even through the trail, including the addition of traffic intersection, compromises the safety of those who use it for intended purpose. Now, there's a container that is containing manure waste is buried on the land southeast of my property, which is part of the proposed development. Disturbing this container could again severely impact local water sources and release contamination into the soil. Note, this piece of land looks like it should belong to my property, and it's attached to a lot behind me, but it is attached to the property behind. According to the previous owner, when we asked him about this, he said you wouldn't want that because there is a manure container underneath there. I don't believe anyone would want to own this piece of property. And perhaps most compellingly, this development is not needed in our community. The market is currently flooded with available properties, many of which are remaining listed for months at a time. There are multiple proposed developments in the immediate area which, if greenlit, would multiply the population of the area many times over. This is not sustainable, nor is it warranted, given current market conditions. And that's everything I've got to say.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thanks for taking the time tonight to share your thoughts. And I'm sure you will be noticed. You will give a notice when it comes to the committee again. So, Madam Clerk, would you please put the deferral motion on the screen for us? And if I could have oh, we got one more? No. Would you like? Yes, I would. Come on up. You have 5 minutes. Just state your name for the record and.
Kimberly McDougall, that's my neighbor.
Yep.
I live at 13467 Loyalist Parkway. Oppose this land being rezoned and developed for monetary reasons. We bought our property 24 years ago. I have a big mouth anyway. Bought our property 24 years ago, and first and foremost, we bought it for the beautiful mature trees, the grassland, and the wildlife it offered. This land acts as a wildlife corridor to Waring Creek headwaters, which is a protected wetland. Every piece of farmland that is destroyed and replaced with concrete, asphalt, brick takes away habitat for many species of birds, mammals, reptiles, rodents, plants, and insects forever. Generations of wildlife will slowly die off and disappear. Rabbits, fox, coyote, deer, wild turkeys, turtles, snakes, and yes, the all dreaded field mouse. Some of these are food sources for others, and when they're gone, the others disappear too. If this natural rich land is destroyed forever, the only habitat left between Sandy Hook Road and Loyalist Parkway 4-lane highway will be my backyard and that lady's backyard of any size. And the other neighbors have smaller chunks of land. It'll just be one strip of property for nature to survive on, and that is absolutely shocking. Everyone I have spoken to over the last few years about the land and what could happen made the same comments to me, that the municipality will always rule in favor of development over saving farmland and other precious property, which I hope isn't true, because money always trumps nature every single time. This is a very hopeless conclusion for so many people to have come to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, could you please put the deferral motion up? And while she's doing that, I'll just remind people there is a procedural bylaw about clapping in the chambers. So although some of the comments are really worth it, I do respect that. It just doesn't add a lot to our discussion or thoughts. So If, so if, Councilor McNaughton, are you looking to move this? Or you-
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and a seconder? Mayor Ferguson? So Councilor McNaughton, please read.
Sure, the McNaughton-Ferguson motion that at the request of the applicant, report DS 32/2024 of the Development Services Department dated June 19th, 2024 regarding official plan amendment file, OPA -05-21 draft plan of subdivision file number 13T21503 and zoning bylaw amendment file number Z21-21 and the statutory public meeting be deferred to a future planning and development committee meeting.
Thank you, Councilor McNaughton. Any questions on Councilor McNaughton's deferral motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that carries. So thank you to everybody who came and spoke on this, and I encourage you to come back to the next one as well. So we will now move on to 4.3, which was the old 4.2, subdivision official plan and zoning file number 13T-24-501, OPA-01-24 and Z1-24 Hilden Homes Limited, 233 Fawcett Avenue. I'll just wait for a couple people and then I will, staff, do you have any additional comments on this file?
Through the chair, staff have no additional comments.
Nothing from staff. Thank you, Matt. Applicant or agent, are you in agreement with the conditions of approval as outlined in the report?
Through the chair, we are in agreement with the report and the conditions. We do have a presentation to give.
You have 10 minutes to give your presentation if you would like to. Yep.
Okay. Could I ask? I sent it to Matt.
Through the chair, we just need to get the presentation onto the clerk's email, and then we can open it up.
That would definitely help. Okay. For those watching at home, we are just trying to get the presentation onto the right computer to show the display. So please have a couple minutes of patience with us.
Okay.
Okay, the presentation's on the screen. I'll draw everybody's attention back up. If you could just state your name, because I didn't get it, and I don't know if anybody else did, and I will remind you, you have 10 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, appreciate everyone's patience with those technical difficulties. My name is Kelsey Jones. I'm a registered professional planner with Pecuniary Planning and Design. I'm here this evening on behalf of the applicant, Hilden Homes, to present planning applications related to the property at the end of Fawcett Avenue. The property is located in the northwest end of Picton, west of County Road 49 and abutting the Millennium Trail. The property is located at the west end of Fawcett Avenue, abutting the existing neighborhood, which is primarily developed with single detached dwellings. The surrounding area consists of residential uses and undeveloped lands, as well as a community park located east of the property. And the image on this slide shows some of those uses that are within walking distance of this property. Oh, there we go. The property is currently undeveloped. It has an area of about 5.5 hectares with about 20 meters of frontage on Fawcett Avenue and about 200 meters of frontage on the Millennium Trail. And the image on this slide just shows a closer aerial image of the property, showing some of the existing vegetation and trees. Oh, so I apologize. Okay. Yeah, there we go. The image on this slide shows that the property is designated urban center in the county's official plan. This land use designation directs the majority of growth in these service settlement areas, with Picton intended as the hub of Prince Edward County, and policies of the urban center designation direct development to occur in accordance with the policies of the secondary plan. And within the secondary plan, this property is designated town residential area and environmental protection area. And the policies of the town residential area designation support a diverse range of housing types and densities and encourage intensification through compatible infill and neighborhood extensions. And within the proposed extensions of existing neighborhoods, this designation requires a minimum density of 17.3 dwelling units per net hectare, but densities closer to 25 dwelling units per net hectare are encouraged. And this proposed subdivision has a density of 23 dwelling units per net hectare, which aligns with the intended density target. And the environmental protection area designation is intended to preserve and enhance lands with environmental sensitivity. However, there are policies within this designation that recognize that boundaries of environmental protection areas may change as site-specific environmental impact studies are prepared to assess development proposals. The image on this slide shows that the property is zoned future development zone, and lands within this zone are intended to be developed in accordance with applicable official plan policies, and in this case, the policies of the urban center, town residential area, and environmental protection area policies would apply. And based on the current zoning of this property, a zoning bylaw amendment is required to facilitate any type of residential development. The intent of the applications before you this evening is to develop the property with a residential subdivision that extends the existing Fawcett Avenue neighborhood. The subdivision has been efficiently designed to provide a more modern residential subdivision layout. It includes 85 residential dwellings, including 31 single detached dwellings and 54 townhouse dwellings, and they would range in heights from 1 to 2 stories. There's a new municipal street proposed throughout the subdivision, providing each of the dwellings with vehicular access and a driveway. There are 2 dead ends, which are proposed going north and south of the development, which would allow connection should development occur on abutting lands. There's a stormwater management facility in the form of a dry pond, which is proposed in the northeast corner of the subdivision, but it's actually in the southeast corner of the plan on this slide. And that's to provide the necessary stormwater management controls for the subdivision. And then as well, this subdivision would facilitate a formal public access to the Millennium Trail from the new road that is proposed to run parallel to it. So as part of the application for draft plan of subdivision, the land is proposed to be divided into 31 lots and 12 blocks for residential units. There's a block for the stormwater management facility as well as the right-of-way. So on this slide, the single detached dwelling lots are outlined in blue, the townhouse blocks are outlined in orange, and the stormwater management facility is outlined in green in the southeast corner. The official plan amendment proposed is technical in nature and seeks to amend Schedule A, the land use map of the secondary plan, to redesignate a portion of the subject site from environmental protection area to town residential area. And as well, it's proposed to amend Schedule B, the transportation map, to redesignate a portion of what's identified as potential future routes and expansion to local roads. And these proposed amendments reflect the existing environmental conditions of the property as supported by the environmental impact study, as well as the proposed subdivision road network. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment seeks to rezone the property to a site-specific urban residential type 2 zone, which would apply to the single detached dwelling lots, and a site-specific urban residential type 3 zone, which would apply to the townhouse blocks. There are a few site-specific provisions proposed for each of those. So for the R2 exception zone, which would apply to the single detached dwellings, those amendments include reducing the lot area and lot frontage for the lots, as well as allow reduced setbacks and allow a slight increase in lot coverage. And then for the R3 zone, for the townhouse dwellings, the amendments would include a reduced interior yard setback and increased lot coverage. And ultimately, these amendments are intended to allow for a more compact, efficient, and modern subdivision layout. I'll also note that there's a holding symbol proposed for the stormwater management facility block. There may be opportunity in the future to consolidate stormwater management off-site in a more communal area that could benefit not just this subdivision, but others in the surrounding area. So should that occur, this stormwater management facility would not be required. And this holding symbol would provide the ability for the block to be converted in future to residential lots without the need for another zoning bylaw amendment process. Just highlighting briefly that there were a number of supporting technical studies completed as part of this submission. The full list is on the slide, and noting that each of these studies evaluated the proposed development, provided recommendations, and mitigation measures were necessary, and these studies support the residential development as proposed. And in summary, the proposed applications seek to allow the development of an underutilized, undeveloped property within the settlement area of Picton, with a residential subdivision consisting of 85 units in a form that's compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The development will provide a more formal public pedestrian connection to the Millennium Trail through these lands, which will benefit the neighborhood and larger community, and as well, it will increase the housing stock in Picton. And it's my opinion that these applications are consistent with the provincial policy statement and conform to the official plan and secondary plan. And with that, happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions from council to the applicant? Councilor Nyman?
Through
Thank
the
you. Thank
chair.
you, Mr.
Sorry. Procedurally, it needs to be put on the floor
Before we ask
before we do.
anything, even with the applicant?
Yes.
Okay. Should I put it on the floor now then, Madam Clerk,
We could do that and then.
and
you
then we
do
can,
the-
I just don't want to have to go back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely.
So would somebody like to put this on the floor for me for discussion? Councilor Roberts, seconded by Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a Roberts-Pennell motion that the report of the Development Service Department dated June 19, 2024 regarding official plan amendment file number OPA 01-2024, draft plan of subdivision file number 13T24501, and zoning bylaw amendment file number Z1-24 be received, that official plan amendment file number OPA 01-24 for the lands described as part of Lot 64 RCP 28 Hallowell, except parts 5, 6, 47R 34, 47 abutting Fawcett Avenue in the ward of Hallowell be approved, that the lands for part lot 64 RCP 28 Hallowell, except parts 5, 6, 47R 34, 47 abutting Fawcett Avenue in the ward of Hallowell, plan of subdivision file number 13T 24501, be given draft approval subject to conditions of draft approval, and that zoning application file number Z124 for the lands described as part of lot 64 RCP 28 Hallowell, except parts 5, 6, 47R 34, 47 abutting Fawcett Avenue in the ward of Hallowell be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Now that it's on the floor, Councillor Nyman, you have a question for the agent?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure if I can ask these questions to staff and the agent, but I'll try the agent first, and if it's not, well, then I'll try staff. So it's kind of a two-part question. So you got the road running parallel with the Millennium Trail.
Street C it was? Street C across the top?
Yep. So I'm just wondering, was there, so there's only one way in and out of the subdivision. So has there been discussion with carrying it to the south to hit McFarland Drive? So there's another, there's two ways in and out, and that then would also be good for construction traffic instead of pounding Fawcett Avenue with the construction vehicles. And then the other part of that question would be, is there plans to have another public meeting to talk about the site plan or let people know the site plan and have comments on the site plan? Is there another, is the intention is to have another public meeting?
Go ahead.
Through the chair. So regarding your first question, the lands to the south are owned by a different entity. So in order to facilitate any sort of second access, that would kind of be something above and beyond what's part of the applications before the committee this evening. We do understand that there's concerns regarding potential use of Fawcett Avenue as a construction access point. There is a condition within the draft plan conditions that will require us to explore an alternative route for that. It does appear that there are alternative points for construction access during the means of construction. So we'll be exploring those further as part of the subdivision process. That'll need to be satisfactory to staff. So we will be exploring that further. Regarding the potential for a second public meeting, so we held a public open house it was mid-April, so a few months ago. So we received feedback from the neighbors at that point. So the meeting this evening is intended as the statutory public meeting to receive a decision on the files. In terms of providing more details on the site plan, all of the details that we have available to us at this point have been provided. Certainly, if members of the public are interested in the more final detail, the finer details of the subdivision process, that is a public process. There isn't necessarily a public meeting associated with the final subdivision process, but certainly I'm sure that Mr. Matt Coffey would provide his business card and answer questions from members of the public or put us in touch as the applicants to address any more finer detail questions about the subdivision or the construction process moving forward.
Quick follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess kind of the intent of the additional public meeting is for the residents of Fawcettville and surrounding area to kind of understand some of the the issues that were brought up during that first public meeting and how that's going to be addressed. So, and I don't think they've received those answers. So I guess what we're trying to find out is how do they receive those answers? And that's why the additional public meeting.
Okay, do you want to respond?
Sure. Through the chair, I recognize a lot of faces in the audience this evening, so I'm expecting that there's going to be follow-up questions from that. So certainly, myself and the owner, Eric, is here this evening. We're happy to give those answers and provide that information this evening.
Okay, Councillor St. Jean, do you have a question for the applicant, air agent?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to the supporting studies, I think everybody is well aware that there's great concern about particularly the butternut trees. 44 identified in the area, 16 of which should be protected. The supporting studies, and this is just my opinion, is lacking in that there has been no tree preservation plan brought forward to the public, to council, as far as I'm aware. So I guess my question is there a tree preservation plan underway, and when will that be made available to the public so that we can address these species at risk that are currently on the site?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the proposed development will require all existing trees on site to be removed, and that is the result of needing to regrade the property for stormwater management purposes, as well as to install necessary underground services, new pipes for water, new pipes for sanitary, telecommunications infrastructure. All of that needs to go underground. There's a new road that's going to be added. So all of the trees on site will be removed. So at this time, there is no tree preservation plan to prepare and provide. What will happen is through the final subdivision process, we will be putting together a tree planting plan, which will need to identify at a minimum of 1 new tree on the lands per property. So at a minimum, there will be 85 new trees planted on these lands. And as well, there will be a landscape plan prepared for the area of the stormwater management facility. And speaking to the butternuts, so they are an endangered species. They are a species that is regulated by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and Parks. There is a very thorough process that the ministry requires if retainable butternut trees are identified and are proposed to be removed. So we have been working with the ministry for a number of years, up until a few weeks ago, to discuss options for removing those. So at this time, it's our understanding that to allow removal of the butternut, the 16 retainable butternuts on the property, the applicant will be required to locate a new appropriate, approximately, I believe it's 1 hectare site, where 150 new butternut trees will be planted, along with 150 companion tree species will need to be planted. That location has yet to be identified. We're still working with the ministry to determine where is most appropriate. The subject property is truthfully not an appropriate location for butternuts. While there are 44 on the site, there's only 16 that are currently healthy and retainable. There's a lot with cankers. They're not in good health as they are. So we will be locating a more appropriate site for, like I said, 150 new butternuts along with 150 new trees.
Councillor St. Jean.
Direct follow-up, not going under on you here. So with regards to the butternut trees that are on site, so I'm hearing that they must go. When I did an overlay of the areas that identified the largest cluster of the 16, they tend to be in the direction where I'm going to say it's on the bottom right-hand corner of the development on my page, which would just be the southwest corner. This is a location where there are a number of large lots. Is there not a possibility that those savable trees can remain on the site as opposed to planting a 2-inch square red maple tree in the front of everybody's yards?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the short answer is no. And that is because while they could be saved for, a year or two while construction is underway, while a new house is being built, once it's occupied, the health of that tree is going to decline because of the disturbance around it. So while we could promise that those 16 trees can be kept, at the end of the day, it's not going to be a healthy environment for them to thrive. So I would rather tell you truthfully that they're going to be removed whether we cut them down or whether they slowly die over the next 2 to 5 years. So at this point in time, the intent is to remove them and replace them elsewhere.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those are my two questions, but I would hope another member of council will continue that train of thought.
Councillor Hirsch?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I had two questions. One has been kind of answered. I am pleased to see that you are looking at a compensation plan for the trees, and that is, given with a project this dense in terms of the number of units, it's necessary and a good idea to do a compensation planting elsewhere. So that was one of my questions. But the other one was, I was at that public meeting on April the 16th, and members of the public had a lot of concerns and a lot of good ideas. And I was disappointed when I got the package for our approval this evening to really see that none of that had been taken into account. And one item in particular I would ask you as the developer if you would consider doing, and that is to pay for a sidewalk down Fawcett Avenue all the way to Main Street. Countless people mentioned the issue of safety, with 85 more homes putting people on that road, it being a real hazard for pedestrians. And I would think it would be a good faith measure if the developer would be prepared to undertake paying for that sidewalk to happen. Could you comment?
Sure, through the chair. So the applicant at this time isn't going to pay for that sidewalk along the existing neighborhood. What the developer will be paying for, what the applicant will be paying for, is the installation of sidewalks within the new proposed subdivision. As part of this application, should council approve it and should we get to the point of the applicant obtaining building permits from the county, as part of those building permit fees, the applicant will need to provide development charges. And what the municipality, I believe, is within their power is to set aside some of those funds to pay for the installation of a sidewalk within the existing neighborhood. So I will defer to staff if they have anything further to add, but at this time, it's not the intent to provide subdivisions off-site. What I will also note is that as part of this application, cash in lieu of parkland will be provided. And understanding that there is an existing community park down the road, both that the existing neighborhood benefits from and that the proposed subdivision will like to benefit from, is that we would ask that staff and or council look at directing those cash in lieu of parkland funds to directly benefit the park in this community rather than just kind of going into the general pool. So that would be something else that we would like to see happen.
So that was a no. Thank you.
Councillor Pennell?
My concern was more with the roadway running along the Millennium Trail. How do you move pedestrian traffic onto that trail? Are you looking at specific areas where that entrance would come on? It can't be helter-skelter the whole length of it, but it's got to be useful to the whole subdivision.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, a condition of the draft plan of subdivision is that detailed plans for that roadway be prepared and reviewed by staff. So the intent would not to have it kind of be just a general crossing, but to identify specific locations, likely at the end of the two roads that are going east-west, there would, the intent would be likely to have some identified, clearly marked pedestrian crossings in those locations.
Follow-up, Councillor Pennell?
Yeah, in a couple different areas. When it comes to trees, butternut trees or whatever, there is no land on earth that we couldn't get away without cutting trees if it means redesigning that. And butternut in particular is extremely rare. Also, when it comes to sidewalks, and I know the intention is, well, everybody pays for it. I guess what I'm saying is, if a subdivider is going in, getting the full benefit of all the houses in that, then I think they should damn well be paying for the cost of a sidewalk. Because when you open up sidewalks and you throw it out, every taxpayer in the county is paying for that. And I'm, for one, am not in favor unless the developer pays the cost. So I think that should be right from the get-go.
Okay, so we got your comments on those items. Your question got answered in a couple comments. Kate, Councilor McNaughton, sorry.
No, I like that. Thank you. Titles, one of. Just to follow along with Councillor Pennell's thoughts and to follow along with Councillor St. Jean's thoughts, I'm hearing we don't have the tree management plan in front of us, and I would look forward to that. When we start, I think right now we're just asking questions of the
applicant and agent, yes.
Yeah. So it would have brought me more comfort to see that planting plan that you've referred to before we even move forward with a rezoning and an OPA. And I am, but I just wanted to share a little bit of concern about what I heard from that, which is if it's just a replanting plan when it's an endangered species, you don't get the opportunity to collect seed over many seasons to ensure that you've got a good selection of those particular trees, which very possibly are showing some resistance to the threat that they're under. So losing that stock is of viable endangered butternut trees is a real loss, and looking to ensure that that collection is done properly and over several years. And there are people in this community that would probably very happily undertake that collection to ensure that that representation is done properly and that those seeds are cataloged and preserved and then germinated and cultivated properly. Has to be part of a plan if you're going to be removing endangered trees, which I do not support fundamentally. But my question is, you referred to a potential alternate access to the property so that you're not driving trucks and full trucks up and down Fawcett Avenue. Can you please mention where that is? Is that on municipal land or is that on private land or potentially?
Through the chair, at this time, both of those scenarios exist. We don't know which would be the better option from staff's perspective. So there is opportunity to potentially use, the area from McFarland Drive, as was mentioned, kind of cutting across private land. There's a municipal right-of-way that abuts the property to the north. So there's opportunity to potentially utilize that land. We're still very much in, the planning application stage and identifying, what is the principal use, what's appropriate, what is supportable on these lands. So certainly the next step, should approval be given, we would be looking at those in more detail to identify from, what from staff's perspective they would like to see.
But not the trail.
That is an option. That's not our preferred option, but that's certainly something that does exist.
Nor my preferred option, and I would not support that if it was on offer. That would not be something that I would find to be a proper use of that important corridor. So I'll save the rest of my questions for staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Maynard, you have a question for the applicant slash agent?
Yes. Yes, briefly, on the comments, on the public's comments on the traffic studies, because they are so outdated, I think was, say, 7 years ago that they were done. Is there any inclination to update those studies?
So through the chair, the traffic impact memo that was submitted with these applications, that data was collected in 2023. I'm not sure where the date or the year of 2017 came into it, but that information was collected in 2023. We have been notified by staff that they would like a more detailed traffic impact study, and that is a condition of draft approval. I will note, though, that updated study has been completed. We haven't had an opportunity. We just received it a few days ago, so we haven't had an opportunity to circulate that to staff for review. But updated traffic counts were taken on May 24th. Last month, so we are working from very updated information. I will just note, though, that those updated traffic counts did not change the overall recommendations or findings of the traffic engineer. So I will just note that at this time.
Okay, yeah, because we don't have all that in our package. And just a brief follow-up regarding the butternut trees. If any of them, are at the back of those larger lots, which would likely not then be affected by the building or by utilities, which typically come in off of the street front, then, if you can save any of them, I haven't got the overlay to see exactly where they are, but that's a suggestion as a measure of good faith, and then maybe staff can follow up so that I would have liked to be able to see where these butternuts are in relationship to the actual subdivision. And finally, on sidewalks, is there any consideration of allowing fewer sidewalks in the interior of the subdivision where there will be less needed, and transferring that amount to the corridor out to 49?
So, did you hear the question? The question was,
Fewer
instead of building
sidewalks.
all the sidewalks in the new subdivision, can you take some of those in linear feet and put them out where there's more walking traffic?
Through the chair, we can certainly look at that with staff. At this time, I don't have the subdivision guidelines for the county memorized, so I can't speak to whether or not it would be appropriate to relocate any of those, but certainly I've taken note of that comment, and we can discuss that with staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Nguyen, did you have one further question for the applicant? Agent?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to touch on the traffic and then the sidewalk. And I've said this before, I think we all have, that any new subdivisions, they have to tie in to the existing. And part of tying that in is paying for that sidewalk to get to those existing downtown or whatever. That shouldn't be on the taxpayers to do that. So, but with the traffic, and I know you said the study shows that nothing has changed, but I'm just wondering if there's any work that needs to be done on Highway 49 and Fawcett Avenue, turning lanes or whatever. Is the developer, and this should go to staff, but will the developer pay for that work there?
Through the chair, at this point in time, the traffic engineer hasn't identified any upgrades that are needed to that intersection of Fawcett Avenue and County Road 49, but certainly when the study is looked at in further detail as part of the final subdivision process, if any upgrades are identified, that would certainly be an expense that the applicant would be required to pay for.
Perfect. No further questions for the applicant, so thank you, or the agent. Thank you for your presentation. We have many members of the public that have pre-registered to speak. So I'll just start going down my list, and if you're here and would like to speak, you have 5 minutes. So Elizabeth Baker. Okay, so. No, that's fine, you're on my list, so it's all good. Kathleen Fillmore, and sorry if I say any names wrong. Welcome, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I actually have, I've been given proxy for Dr. Renia Tominski as well.
Yes, you have.
Okay, all right.
So we'll do them back to back. So you give yours, and then you can do the next one. I'll give you 5 minutes for each. How's that sound?
All right, I'm going to do Dr. Tominski first.
You're going to do that one first, okay.
Yes, I am, okay. As a neighbor to the east.
So just speak right into the microphone if you can, and maybe they'll turn it up a bit, or.
As a neighbor to
There you
the
go.
east of Fawcettville, I'm concerned about the proposal to build an 85-unit speculative subdivision in the current green space extending from the top of Fawcett Avenue to the Millennium Trail. My major concerns are about loss of significant green space in spite of the climate emergency declared by council, development projects that impact community health, the proposal's failure to address the housing affordability crisis, and the effect that has on increasing the age and economic diversity of the neighborhood, the absence of green building technologies in the proposal, and the lack of compliance with the sustainable development goals set out in the county's foundation's vital signs report, with the recommendations of the county's destination development strategy and with the guidelines of PEC's official plan. The destination development strategy clearly recommends that development decisions be done in the spirit of the climate emergency declared by council. It states that community and environment are equally important. The advantages of acting accordingly include being able to celebrate the assets unique to our area, protection of natural assets from overuse and degradation, and a path to economic prosperity that values both human and environmental well-being. Inequality is the enemy of prosperity. The latest Vital Signs report warns that a large divide has been created between those who bought homes before prices spiked by as much as 78.5% from 2020 to 2021, and those who missed an opportunity to buy before the affordability crisis started to peak. Community well-being and housing security can't be separated. Divisiveness blocks our abilities to work on collective solutions at a time of mounting social and environmental crises. The Hilden Homes proposal does not provide for affordability. It fails to meet any sustainable goals for access to safe and affordable housing. Loyalist College's Center for Healthy Communities is a new applied research center focused on tackling urgent problems in healthcare, social services, and community well-being. Last winter, they hosted a think tank on housing security and the role it plays in community health. Representatives from the social service sector pointed out that the increasing rate of poor mental health in the Hastings-Prince Edward region directly correlates with housing insecurity. Our local needs would be far better served by development proposals for projects offering co-housing, co-ownership, and pocket neighborhood solutions. These options offer both personal security through affordable prices and collective security through intentional building of the relationships of trust that come from sharing resources. They can also serve as resilience hubs for the larger community. As long ago as 2010, the county's Economic Development Office declared that local economic success is intrinsically linked to the quality of the natural environment in PEC, that we should maintain and promote our uniqueness to avoid becoming the look-alike of any other community. The destination development strategy and our official plan, based on a lot of community input, both echo those sentiments, but there's no echo of them in the Hilden Homes proposal. The official plan specifies that new development will be reviewed through the lens of sustainability, agricultural focus, a diverse cultural and economic fabric, and healthy and complete communities. To quote the official plan, all new development will be compatible with its surrounding context, champion the protection of rural habitats and the natural environment, and where possible, reduce the climate impact of our decisions. In order to achieve this, the official plan says that the county will recommend high standards for green building design, including the latest and most effective green building technologies and techniques, in order to promote climate change mitigation and improved health quality through land use patterns that minimize energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. Hilden Homes plans to clear-cut the existing forested lot and remove the endangered butternut trees that are protected under Ontario's Endangered Species Act. It does not champion the protection of rural habitats and the natural environment, nor does it promise anything to reduce the significant climate impact of its proposed project. Its proposal has nothing to say about following high standards for green building design, using effective green building technologies and techniques, or minimizing energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. I suggest that careful consideration be given to all these concerns about the Hilden Homes proposal and its predictable negative impact on our collective well-being. It fails at following the key recommendations I've quoted from the County Foundation's Vital Signs reports, the county's destination development strategy, and our official plan. Alternative solutions are available for providing affordable and sustainable housing that genuinely serve our need for community well-being. I suggest that we look towards them rather than take on any further risks of business as usual. And that was from Dr. Tominski.
Thank you very much. And now I will restart my clock and let you have your 5 minutes.
It's a lot shorter.
That's all right. She actually still had 10 seconds left, so she did well. So whenever you're
really
ready,
smart.
catch your breath, go again.
Okay, I'll start over. My name is Katie Fillmore, and I live in Fawcettville. And what a special place it is. 5 short dead-end streets that intersect onto Fawcett Avenue, and that one small road is the only way to get into and out of Fawcettville. We live in small and tidy bungalows and a few 2-story homes. There are 45 to 50 homes in total if you count the homes on 49 that abut our wonderful Rotary Park. 2 to 4 cars per household, and we are proudly working class. We are a community aged 2 to 103, that's true. Some families have raised their children here and now look after their grandchildren. We are outdoors a lot. We take advantage of the low level of traffic and walk, bike. We enjoy all the advantages of the forest at the top of Fawcett Avenue, as do all the animals who live or travel through there. I've seen white-tailed deer, coyote, fox, opossum, all manner of squirrels and moles. Turtles have hatched in there. Frogs and snakes abound, and the birds, owl and red-tailed hawk, and recently 2 bald eagles right above our neighborhood. I've known for years that this forested area had been sold and that one day our very special enclave would change. And I wondered where the other roadway would be built, because surely any planning, any development that adds more housing to the unique existing infrastructure would require a measure of safeguards to ensure the safety of its citizens. As the plan stands, there is no other road in or out. There are no plans to add sidewalks. Presently, when the garbage is picked up, when there are delivery trucks, when the post office truck is on the road, there's a bottleneck because there's usually a kid on a bike, someone walking the dog, a dirt bike or ATV trying to get to the Millennium Trail, or someone driving north when you're driving south. Anything currently blocking Fawcett Avenue has an impact on traffic flow. A traffic impact study doesn't take that into account. The development, if it goes forward as it stands, will have an impact on all of our safety, all of us. And the quality of life we have come to enjoy and have a right to expect cannot be measured in any study. Fawcettville is attractive precisely because we have beautiful mature trees, farm fields on 3 sides, safe streets where children learn to ride bicycles, and our older friends can pick up mail using their walkers. We're safe here. I know the county needs more housing, and it's being built all over, usually where proper roads are planned and built, as the houses are. There are almost 500 pages of the official application for this subdivision. For my ADHD-addled brain, this is filled with legalese and jargon that prohibits me from parsing the logic behind it. I pray that my fellow neighbors and concerned citizens can better express our collective dismay and real fear. We know we can't stop development, but I'm really hoping that council can feel our passion for protecting what we do have and ensuring our safety and quality of life, and impress upon you the unique characteristics that make Fawcettville so special. I'd like to tell my neighbors how thankful I am for their community spirit, and speaking on the public record, it isn't easy at all. I'm so proud to live in Fawcettville. Please do not pass the plans for this subdivision as it stands tonight. Amendments must be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wendy, did we ask if council has questions to the commenters?
Through the chair, yeah, I think that's okay.
Does anybody, Councilor McNaughton, do you have a question?
No, just a brief comment to echo that. Thanks to people who are coming to speak at these planning meetings. It is difficult. And to thank you for, I don't know where you've gone. That was very beautifully said, and you really captured the neighborhood well. I used to live close. I live across town now. I'm a West End kid. But I raised my daughter within 1.5 kilometers, and we frequently walked down, and there was magic that happens there as all the kids after dinner would just come out barefoot, run across the street, and hit the park. And that is magic that is hard to imagine or create in easily going forward with development today. I'm grateful that we have planners who stand guard for us. There are municipal planners. Their job is hard, and I want to appreciate that. But I also want to appreciate the nuance and the beauty of that neighborhood that you brought to the floor today. Thank you.
So I'm just gonna, I echo Councilor McNaughton's comments, but we're gonna just keep this to questions if we can, because there are a lot of speakers tonight. So Wendy Frazier. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Whoops, just let me start that over.
I will too then.
My husband and I have lived in Fawcettville since July 1992. We have raised 2 children in this beautiful, quiet neighborhood. I would love to see this neighborhood stay peaceful and quiet. Unfortunately, that will change when the construction phase of this development begins. Our quality of life will be drastically affected. One of my main concerns is safety. Having only one access road in and out of Fawcettville during this construction is a huge safety concern. Adding 85 new homes to a narrow, dead-end street is an accident waiting to happen. And when that accident happens, whoever approves this should be held accountable. We are requesting an alternate route for the construction vehicles. I feel this is necessary for the safety of the residents, as well as upholding the condition of our dead-end street. The county does not need another road added to its repair list. There is only one option to enter or exit Fawcettville, and that is Highway 49. Now, I was going to mention the traffic study that was done in 2017, but apparently a new one has been done that we didn't know about. So I'm going to skip that part. And I'm going to go down here and say my second concern I have, and I have heard it repeatedly from others, is the destruction of yet another local woodland that is home to many species, including mammals, reptiles, and amphibians. These species become refugees when their land is destroyed. They flee their former habitat, dodging predators such as hawks and crows as they search for new shelter and food. If they happen to find a new habitat, they discover that others of their kind have already established a home. There are no vacant lots in nature. Newcomers are treated as invaders, and territorial battles begin. Imagine someone arriving to commandeer your home and neighborhood. Displaced individuals are frequently driven off by residents. The banished starve, lack shelter, and quietly die or succumb to predators. Many birds rest on the ground in forested areas. With the woodland gone, they may opt to nest in smaller woodlands, bordered by a clear-cut land. Raccoons, crows, skunks, and other predators that have forest edges find and devour the eggs of the young. It's called the edge effect. When birds that nest in trees find that their familiar forest has been cut and gone, they search for new habitat. Again, territorial battles erupt, and they usually lose due to stress, a lack of food and shelter that will lead to death. As an avid birder, as are some of my neighbors, I enjoy the daily visits of many species at my backyard. Baltimore orioles, indigo buntings, red-breasted grosbeaks, northern cardinals, summer tanagers, red and yellow finch, different types of woodpeckers, blue jays, hummingbirds, chipping squirrels, and many, many more, to name a few. I fear that this hobby of mine and my neighbors will fly off with the birds once their trees are ripped out and destroyed. Is there a guarantee that shovels will actually go in the ground in a timely manner after destroying the land? It would be a real shame if Hilden Homes clear-cut this land and let it sit idle for years, like their proposed development near Owen Street. We do not want to go down that road. No way. Hilden Homes has also stated they're going to pay cash in lieu of green space and a fee for removing 16 butternut trees. Those trees are an endangered species and supposedly protected. I feel that the cash in lieu of green space ideally should be kept in Fawcettville, ideally for upgrading the existing park for the existing residents. The butternut trees should be incorporated into their development plan. And I'm going to say something. I don't have a
You got 10
wrote down, but
seconds,
I'm
so.
going to say it because I'm a little ticked off. At our April meeting, the developer, Mr. Denowden, he announced at the meeting he was offended that the residents of Fawcettville were asking questions. Well, guess what? I'm offended. Thank you, Mayor Ferguson and councilors, for listening to my concerns and the concerns of my neighbors.
Thank you for your comments.
Remember, safety first.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, Angus Fraser is.
He'll be a little calmer than me.
Good evening, everybody.
I'll remind you, you got 5 minutes. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Angus Fraser. I'm a resident of Fawcettville. I have a lot of concerns with the development that haven't been addressed, and I just wanted to go over a few of them. And one thing I did when I left here tonight, I walked out and I grabbed my keys off the sideboard I have in my living room, and it's a butternut sideboard, built around 1880. It was my mother's, now it's mine. You know, butternuts are well protected, and they should be. The road width in Fawcettville is a concern of mine. The road width, I went out and measured from my start of my ditch to across the road from my neighbor's ditch on the main road. It was 26.5 feet. So I'm concerned that if we're having the excess of traffic going up and down that road, and if two cars meet at the same time, and there's people walking, and there's people riding bikes, people access the trail through there, that the road is definitely not widened. And that's not even counting the snow buildup in the winter. That's one of my main issues. So the other one is no sidewalks, there's no curbs, it's all ditches. A few people have yards farther down, there's no ditches, but the majority of it is a ditch. So when you step off the ditch, you're going, probably straight down 4 feet, 6 feet type thing in different areas. And that's my main concern. If anybody's walking and there's this heavy traffic that's gonna accumulate on that road, that the ditches are a concern. The only one access road is a major issue. There's only one way in and out of there. Most of the time in the winter, after a major snowstorm, the county's not there to service that road till 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon most days. And most of the cars can't even make it up to the top of Fawcettville. They're stuck in the middle of the road just because of the heavy snowfall. And if you have that many people coming up and down there, it's going to be an issue. Yeah, they mentioned before the cash in lieu of green space. I still think the spot should have some green space in the development. I think we're barking at the wrong trees, and taking money in lieu of green space is a big mistake. And, but if they're gonna put it in the Fawcettville Park, maybe that works, but I prefer they put green space in the development. We assumed this study was 7 years old on Highway 49, but apparently it's not. But I just wanted to notice, if you drive just a little bit farther down 49 to go into the Wellings, they have a turn lane. They said they had to put in a turn lane because there was just so many people in the Wellings that the study called for it. Well, there's going to be a lot more people in Fawcettville than what's in the Wellings. And I didn't know whether council was aware of that, or you sat on that and passed it, but that's another issue. Also, too, if the development does start and it happens to somehow get passed that they're able to use Fawcett Avenue as a route to get in to do this development, that Hilden Homes provide a contact person for a group that we have associated in Fawcettville that can address any of our concerns with the traffic or the roads or the condition of the roads or mud all over the roads, that you can email it to and you get a response. Not email it to and they get back to you in 7 days. That doesn't work. That they have somebody on that site that can address and talk to the people, not everybody. Just everybody has a complaint, we'll go through one person sends an email, it makes it easier to get back to. Any issues, then we can get them resolved. And also was the clearing of the land. You know, a lot of these developments, I don't know whether they go in and clear it because their environmental study is going to run out, or whether they have to do that, or what it is. But just to go in and clear that land, interest rates go up 5%, and they don't build any houses for 7 years. Meanwhile, they got that development sitting there with not a tree on it. That's a big issue in Maine. They shouldn't be permitted to do any work on that property or clear anything until shovels are going in the ground. Not to clear it and think about it for 2, 3, 5 years, whatever the time being frame. That's about all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Not seeing any. Fred Burford. Welcome, Fred, and just so I don't sound repeating, you know the rules, 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. It won't be that long.
All right.
Good evening. My name is Fred Burford. I've lived in Fawcettville for 55 years. My main concern with this, regards to the proposal subdivision, are losing water pressure. The county is going to be losing water pressure with all these subdivisions going in. And we just got lines up to the top of the hill, and you put 85 more houses on it, and our pressure is going to be down. Not unless we get a new pumping station or something. And also the roads. That road was not built for heavy trucks, dump trucks. You get 2 dump trucks going up there, and the road isn't wide enough. And furthermore, when the county put the sewers in there, we had a hard time, well, we had to come to council then to get it repaved. And all they would do, which we were happy with at the time, they put down 1 coating of asphalt, 3 inches thick. And don't tell me, all them trucks going up there, coming down loaded, that road won't be in pieces. And I want to know who's going to pay for it. It should be not the taxpayers of Prince Edward County. It should be Hilden Homes. And furthermore, about the sidewalk, I definitely think that the county should step on them, and he has to put a sidewalk in if he wants the subdivision. And another thing, I'm going with this, looking at an access road. Now, years ago, up top the hill, there was a lot of water. There was a ditch dug across to the other side, to the east side. The county put a big ditch down there. And when they done that, I don't know whether they had to appropriate some land or not, or how much they got when they done this ditch. But I know we had it cleaned out once or twice, and because it was filling up. It's quite a deep ditch. And the trucks, they built a bridge to go across so the dump trucks could go down and load up and bring the stuff back out and take out. Well, I don't know whether it was even, might have been even dumped up on top of the hill, as far as I know. But I know that there was a right-of-way over there for them to put that ditch in, and I'd like to know how wide that white right-of-way is, if there's a possibility of putting a road down there. And I think if they really looked into it, they could find a way to put an access road in, either a top along the Millennium Trail over to McDonald Avenue, or someplace there. I think there's room for a road. Thank you very much, and thanks.
Thank you, Fred. Stephen Gunn.
Back to the seat.
Welcome, you got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Stephen Gunn, and along with my wife Colleen, we are homeowners at 75 Fawcett Avenue. Residential development within communities like Prince Edward County is inevitable, but growth just for the sake of growth must not come at the expense of an already established community, and certainly not at the expense of its residents. This development proposal may check all the technical boxes necessary to move the project forward, but it does nothing to address the significant human impact to the residents of this small community. I would like to draw your attention to the Policy and Regulatory Framework, Section 5.1, found in the Planning and Development Justification Report prepared by Fontaine Planning and Design on behalf of the developer. The Planning Act states, when considering an application for a draft plan of subdivision, the approving body must evaluate the merits of the proposal against the criteria found in Section 51 of the Planning Act. In considering a draft plan of subdivision, regard shall be had, among other matters, to the health, safety, convenience, accessibility for persons with disabilities, and welfare of the present and future inhabitants of the municipality, and to the effective development of the proposed subdivision on matters of provincial interest. In response, the Fontaine report states the proposal has regard for the matters of provincial interest found in Section 2, and that it supports the orderly development of safe and healthy communities, the adequate provision of a full range of housing, the appropriate location of growth and development, as well as a promotion of built form that is well designed, encourages a sense of place, and provides a spaces that are high quality, safe, attractive, and vibrant. No other explanation. Whether the proposed subdivision is premature or in the public interest. The developer indicates that in his opinion, the proposal is not premature. It is in the public interest as it seeks to develop underutilized lands within the county's urban boundary with 85 residential dwellings in accordance with the provincial policy, the county official plan, and the Picton Urban Center secondary plan. In our opinion, this proposal development does not enhance the current community. In fact, building 2-story homes and townhouses will completely change the look of a community dominated by single-story bungalows, all in a low-density setting. Further, the current road leading into the proposed development measures 7.46 meters across, with drainage ditches on each side. In winter, the width of the road is further reduced due to snow plowing. This road will be the only access for all construction equipment, deliveries, fuel trucks, and workers' vehicles. Are you aware the total width of 2 dump trucks, including mirrors side by side, measures 5.48 meters? As previously noted, the road is only 7.46 meters wide with open ditches on each side. These heavy vehicles would at times take up to 73.5% of the total road. With no sidewalks, how do pedestrians, including those using mobility aids, safely avoid the heavy equipment that will take up a significant portion of the roadway during what would likely be an extended construction period? I submit that this presents a significant and undeniable risk to homeowners, visitors out for a walk, those accessing the children's playground and community mailboxes. Further to this, how safe will the children in the community be waiting for the school bus with heavy trucks making a very tight turn off Highway 49 to access the street? With only one access road, current residents will also be subjected to long periods of increased heavy traffic, noise pollution, and air pollution. Given there is no definitive timetable that I'm aware of for completion of the development, and given the fact that home sales appear to have slowed dramatically in the immediate area, the movement of heavy trucks and equipment related to the project could go on for an extended period. Once construction is completed, and with only one access road, how long will it be before speed bumps will be necessary to slow traffic as residents leave their new safe community into our old one? The current property owners adjacent to the development will be subjected to extended periods of construction noise and loss of privacy, given the entrance to the site will likely be within feet of their backyards. How will the proposed construction fence adequately allow for privacy from the trailers, portable septic units, and equipment? In conclusion, is this development really in the best interest of the current and future residents? I would say no, not today. Not until the health, safety, and welfare of existing residents is given real and timely consideration. At the very least, before a decision is made to allow this development to move forward, consideration must be given to the feasibility of requiring an alternate construction or permanent secondary access point. If this is not possible, then what immediate steps must be taken to widen the current road and provide sidewalks that will align with those legally required in the proposed new development? In conclusion, I would ask that this development proposal be denied, or at the very least, sent back to the Planning Department for further study. Building 85 homes on a small plot of land that is currently landlocked and with singular access does not, in our opinion, meet the standard for positive community development. Thank you for your time and attention on this matter.
Thank you very much. Councillor Branderhorst, you have a question for Stephen? Stephen, if you could just stand back up for 1 sec. Councillor Branderhorst has a question for you.
Yeah, no worries at all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is just specifically about where is the current bus stop? Sorry, I'm not familiar with town bus stop. The current bus stop, is it like right at 49, or is there multiple throughout Fawcettville?
No, they stop right at Highway 49 in Fawcettville. The kids gather on the 103-year-old lady's home lawn. That's where they stand.
Okay.
Along with all their parents waiting for the bus to come along 49 to pick them up.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Sheila Kuja? Welcome, Sheila. You have 5 minutes.
Just get it. My name is Sheila Kuja, and I'm making a comment on behalf of the Prince Edward County Field Naturalist Club. I was here just a few months ago talking about biodiversity. Focusing on sustainability for the future, including for the natural environment, should be a priority of the Planning Committee, in addition to dealing with submissions for development. Our heritage is disappearing as tree after tree is lost. Trees are one of our greatest protections against the effects of climate change. They also help us by benefiting human health, naturally capturing carbon, supporting and boosting biodiversity, reducing flooding and erosion, safeguarding our water table, helping regulate local and regional temperature, and filtering pollutants in the air and soil. A walk through a forest can just revitalize your spirit, an intangible but very worthwhile health effect. We should be planting more trees rather than cutting them down, especially protecting endangered species like butternuts. It takes over 200 seedlings to replicate the benefits of one mature tree. So those 85 trees that would be planted aren't even going to be equivalent to one tree. The emerald ash borer has devastated ash trees in the county. We can't afford to lose any more trees. We need them. They're important. They need our protection. We see every day that temperatures are soaring, hurricanes and tornadoes are becoming more frequent, and floods and droughts are wreaking havoc everywhere. Why then would it be advisable to cut a forest and lose a wetland, even if it is only an intermittent wetland, and add a greater problem for the counties dealing with the climate emergency? If you aren't part of the solution, you're part of the problem. In her Picton Gazette editorial of May 8th, Karen Valahora quotes the vision statement in the county's 2021 official plan, which is supposed to take us 25 years into the future. As the county grows over time, new development will reinforce it as a special and unique place. All new developments will be compatible with its surrounding context, champion the protection of rural habitats and the natural environment, and where possible, reduce the climate impact of our decisions. Ms. Valhora points out that ideas about healthy, complete communities, sustainability, the natural environment, and climate run all through the plan, and for good reason. Like so many other municipalities across Canada, the county has declared a climate change emergency. We agree with Dr. Renia Tyminski's written submission regarding this development, urging the county to live up to the promise of its own official plan, which states that the county will also promote climate change mitigation and improve air quality through land use patterns that minimize energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. The county will recommend high standards for green building design, including the latest and most effective green building technologies and techniques. Are these concepts compatible with this subdivision submission? No. No benefit of climate change mitigation, no improved air quality, because the features that would promote those benefits, the trees, will be removed. There's no walkability that would be a key feature of a complete community. There's no minimizing greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, they'll actually increase due to the cars needed by the 85 households to drive to grocery stores and other amenities. More houses mean more demands for electricity, and there's no green building design. All quite opposite to the recommendations in the official plan and dealing with the climate emergency. Not only is this a matter of losing trees, which are so important, but removing 44 butternut trees, an endangered species. Even if only 16 are deemed significant, it's hardly a benefit to eliminate them for the climate emergency and biodiversity here in the county. By building houses and roads over that forest, even if it was at one time used as agricultural land that had an anthropogenic use, as stated in the EIS, it's rebanded naturally and is now an asset. Does this put all the trees planted by volunteers in the county in jeopardy of being lost in the future because they were grown on anthropogenically altered land? This forest isn't a pristine site like one in Annecy, but it's important nevertheless because it harbors cottonwoods, pines, butternut trees, and shrubs that now support an interwoven web of insects, birds, and wildlife.
Sheila, you have
The
30
trees
seconds.
benefit us all. Protecting our natural environment should be top of mind. We all value where we live and hope the council chooses to follow what our official plan recommends and not endorse the removal of the forest.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none. Mary Beth Snyder? Sound like a broken record, but you have 5 minutes.
Dear Chair and Council, thank you for having me. I don't want to stand here, but I am. Thank you for being here to listen to our concerns.
Speak a little closer if you could, please.
Thank you for being here to listen to our concerns about the Fawcett build. There's many in these rooms. They might have been here only a year. They might have been here 50 years, or they might have lived here all their lives. I have a deep love for Prince Edward County, as does my entire family. I am third-generation county resident. My children are fourth-generation residents. My grandfather was Carlton, sorry, I'm so nervous, Carlton Milton Lee Snyder, and you may know him as CML Snyder Public School in Wellington, he was named the school after him, where he was a teacher and became a principal for many years. So I have a deep love and respect for the county. That being said, I can appreciate how others feel that the county needs to grow. I understand this. I also believe that this can be done in a way that respects the uniqueness and the history of the county and the safety of its residents. And I do not believe the Fawcettville plans, as they are doing this. And I say this respectfully and with kindness. I know the county wishes to grow. My concern about Fawcettville's build is that there is only one road going in and out of the new, it's been said. There's one road going in and out, and we have children and elderly and families and fellow neighbors walking their dogs, and if you could see those kids in the morning with all of their families going around them, they take up half of the road going down there. When you build, why are you laughing at me? When you build a house whether it be Hilden home or any house, due to safety, there's always two doors. There's an in and an out. There are windows. And we look at when you're putting another 85 houses, which the potential of 170 more cars, where is the in and the out? Where are the two doors? There isn't one. So if there isn't one, then we have just opened up a safety issue for Fawcettville. And this makes it dangerous for our streets and for our children and for our elderly. Even if you were to give us a sidewalk, you don't have another road in and another road out. So without that, I don't even think you can start digging at all until you have a second road going in and out. It's just not safe. There's no common sense. I would like to see a build, and I know we're all different facets of this and all have different perspectives, but I do believe that builders and residents can build respectfully together, respecting the neighborhood, respecting nature, and sometimes quality and quantity. Quantity isn't always the answer, but quality is. I would like to see, I don't know, we kind of talked about it. It'd be nice to see just single residence home that matches, that you cut the numbers in half, you get rid of those townhouses. And maybe there's wiggle room to talk. Maybe it would be less congested. That's just my thought. I think it's a lot of common sense. I know that we say Picton needs more housing and that there isn't enough, but I am told by county real estate agents, I don't know if it's 45, 65, which is which, you can tell me, but 45%, or it might be the 65%, they're not being lived in 100% of the time. So why do we need more? And could we build to bring in people who want to stay here all year long, who've been here, who want to stay and to invest in the county? A road at Fawcettville cannot take the traffic that is coming. The townhouses do not suit the neighborhood, and it's just not creating something that is beautiful and respectful. It's taking out trees. Please look around at where you're building. Look at what makes it great. What can make it greater? How can we work together to do that? And the townhouses are not the answer. We would be open to single houses, single built homes, single dwellings, as I said. Also, we have a hospital that can't even take care of the county and the residents that we have now. So why are we building at such a fast pace when we don't have the health care that we need for the present people that are here?
You have 30 seconds.
Please do not build in hopes of getting a second road later. Please build knowing that right now you don't have one. Please don't pave over our county. Please keep it beautiful and the integrity and charms of its residents and the beauty of the natural surroundings. Please don't build over our legacy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll move on to Kurt Kinsella, if I said that right? Close, no? You can correct it here in a second.
45.
4:45, well, I'll start when you start and we'll see how close you are.
And Kurt Kinsella, that's how we do it. Transplant to the county 1983. Lived in Wellington, a couple places in Picton, so worked at the Waring House. Been here quite a while. As far as making the access to the Millennium Trail nicer, I'd rather walk through a forest and get the phytocytes and the forest bathing than up a paved street and neighborhood. Doesn't seem like that's going to do anything. Oh, of course, we do need more housing, but possibly a little more affordable. Not, for the wealthy for a second place, a little pied-à-terre, whatever it is. I did my own traffic study today. It took me 25 minutes to get from Fawcettville to Home Hardware. So, we need more. And then just to keep reiterating the safety aspect, the road doesn't seem to be engineered for that traffic. I saw Hill Street had a no-fly zone for a while with OPP escort, and I was told $110 ticket and 3 demerit points if I drove on that. And I go, I live in Fawcettville, man. I don't need the 5-kilometer detour up around, you know, to add to the climate crisis, but I guess, you know, logic may prevail. And then as far as this whole deal tonight, if we want to appeal, it has to be, you have to speak and then appeal before the decision. Is the decision being voted on tonight? The approval, is it getting done tonight?
The approval is on the agenda and it will be discussed.
But voted on, yay or nay?
It depends on what happens around the committee, is all I can say right now, without putting.
It's my first time here, so.
No worries. Yeah, we're not sure where it'll land out, but that's the way procedure goes.
All right, so if we did want to put an appeal into the LTC, we've got, after we speak, so you guys possibly vote yay.
Yes.
So can we do it remotely and still get it into the LTC tomorrow morning when they open, or is that a fait accompli?
We'll let you finish your comments and then staff will address that issue. We'll give you your answer when you're done your comments.
All right, and then the other, just, you know, I worked at the Waring House for a while, and there was people coming from Belleville, Napanee, you know, because there's no, you know, apartments that are decent that you can rent and live here, and, you know, but I guess the, you know, $500,000 and up homes doesn't seem to be a solution. Anyhow, that's about all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time, and I will, if you just don't leave the podium, I'll ask Matt to give your answer on the appeal process. Speak loud, because there's probably lots of ears that want to hear.
Through the chair, if there were a decision tonight, there'd be a notice of decision issued at some point following this meeting. Once the notice is issued, there would be a 20-day appeal period, in which time any individual could appeal to the OLT, I believe. Now, there has been some changes to the Planning Act recently, so I'd have to double check, but as far as I'm aware, that is the process.
And through the chair, just to clarify, the decision would be made at council. We would make the recommendation tonight. That would go to next council meeting. That's when the notice of decision would
Right, so
actually be
decision
issued
gets
for.
made tonight, council approves it by bylaw
June
on the
25th.
25th, and then notice of decision would go out and you'd have 21 days from there.
All right,
So,
through the chair, just to clarify, there was a Bill 185, and so it would be dependent on that. There were some changes to how that gets.
if a decision gets made tonight and gets approved by council, we'll make sure you get Matt's information to go from there. He's going to give you a card right now, so.
Okay. The fines for the cutting down of trees and lack of green space, are they not that punitive that people just go, we'll cut down all the trees? Or do they just fold that into the cost of the houses eventually?
It's more a replanting policy is the long and the short of it right now. Thanks for your time. Susie Porter, however you, I know you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Susie Putra. I'm a resident of the Fawcettville subdivision. I first moved to Fawcettville at the age of 5 in 1991 with my family. The first home I ever owned was the house next door to my parents. And now my husband and I own the home across the street from my mom on 2nd Street, where we're raising 4 daughters. I grew up running around the neighborhood, and one of the things I always loved was the wooded area behind the subdivision, where we would build forts and hang out. Now, as an adult, I get to enjoy walking the path through the trees and brush to the Millennium Trail. I grew up with parents who taught us to be environmentally conscious, to take responsibility for how our actions could impact nature and what steps can be made to protect the environment. Clear-cutting trees ruthlessly is something to be questioned, especially when destroying endangered and protected species such as the 44 butternut trees on the property to be developed. Why is it that there are laws to protect endangered species, but developers can get away with paying small fines or planting them elsewhere, and all is forgiven? To know that animal species labeled as at risk, like the numerous bat species, may also be impacted is incredibly troubling. We residents of Fawcettville have seen an increase in wildlife like fox, opossums, coyotes, and deer, which will definitely be displaced when this new development plan occurs. I have 4 daughters ranging from the age of 3 years to 15. I walk them down the roadside to meet up with the other children at the end of Fawcett Avenue to wait for the school bus. There are no sidewalks. There is no proper bus stop for us to stand at. We stand on the grass of the property of the lady at the corner. How safe will that be with 85 additional dwellings bringing a significant increase in traffic? Will the developer be fronting the bill to improve infrastructure? Currently, it is insufficient services, like water and sewer, like the sidewalks for our kids to walk safely on. Or is that going to be a bill that we current residents need to swallow? Wouldn't it be a breath of fresh air if, for once, a developer didn't try cramming as much as they could into a space? Let's keep in mind that just because you legally can doesn't mean you should. Okay, sorry. But maybe they could match the surrounding dwellings, like the current Fawcettville, and keep some green space. Even if the developer matched the lot sizes and homes of the current subdivision, it would decrease the number of dwellings down to approximately 33 homes, if my math is correct. And for the Planning Committee, how many additional homes do we need in Prince Edward County? There are currently 2,897 proposed units throughout the county, and that does not include Base 31's proposal of 7,500 units. Don't mind my shaking, I have MS, so when I get nervous, things happen. Real estate is not moving quickly, and many homes are sitting on the market, and actually some are also vacant. But let's build more. A petition has been made by me with my fellow residents backing me. I created it on change.org, and it was created in hopes to get the Planning and Development Committee, as well as the developer of Hilden Homes, to halt and revise the current subdivision plan due to several concerns that impact our community's environment, wildlife, infrastructure, and overall well-being. The petition was created yesterday afternoon, Tuesday, June 18th, and currently has 196 signatures online and 23 in-person signatures. I also want to know, will the trail still be accessible to us residents while the development is happening? Or do we have to go to some other access point? Because right now, we can walk from our homes to the trail. And hopefully I have some time, because I also want to make a note that I don't know if anyone knows that the current average wage in the county is $41,976. That's $20.18 an hour. The average real estate price here in the county is $739,000. To be able to afford a $700,000 plus house, you have to make $170,000 a year. So, where's the affordable housing? Can you tell me how much those houses are going to cost? Because a couple that are making the average wage will not be able to afford anything much more than $300,000. So those are some pretty important things that I think need to be noted and questioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Any questions? Seeing none. Joan Churchill is on my list. Welcome, Joan. You have 5 minutes. Oh, you get to hold the microphone now.
Does that work like that? I don't live in Fawcettville. I don't own a home in the... Can you hear it? There. Oh, okay. So, I don't live in Fawcettville. I live on Main Street in Picton in a rented apartment in a well-kept building. I've seen what happens when new businesses are added, noise-wise, garbage-wise, people-wise. I've seen that. I bought a beautiful home when I moved here from Montreal, right on the edge of Glenwood Cemetery. I had a 90-pound dog. I spent a lot of time there in that cemetery. At a time, 2003, there were very few people in that graveyard. And it was beautiful. There were animals, deer, fox. I had a cougar right on my backyard on Ena Street. Trees galore. Peaceful. Anyway, I sold that building to friends of mine in Montreal, and I moved to Wellington. I shared a house there with a friend. I got involved in an alternative housing project, which we wanted to buy a single dwelling that already existed and put a 5-unit apartments with shareable space for people who actually did want to live that way. And we couldn't get any support. In the meantime, all those houses were built in Cherry Valley, and we couldn't figure out how that happens when a smaller group of people had a model that was the Canadian Housing and Mortgage Corporation had approved it, but nobody here was interested in that. I moved to Bloomfield. I lived there for a while. I have a problem. I worked in the film industry in Montreal. I can visualize. I have a very difficult time understanding why a development company would choose that particular area of land north of Fawcettville with that tiny road. I did go there the other night and we had a preamble meeting before here. Beautiful little community, but why would a development company pick that piece of land that's landlocked if there wasn't opportunity for another access? Because moving anything up and down that road, I don't care how you imagine it. I worked in cartoons. You couldn't get cartoon trucks up there. And so I think that there is something about that plan that already includes a way to get up there from McFarland at some point. And so the road in and out of Fawcettville is kind of a ruse. I feel that. I did live across the street from 12 Trees in Wellington from the very beginning of that, when the house that was there initially on the water was there with all the trees, and they proposed numerous houses there. I went to the meetings. I have the original architectural drawings that were on the wall. There are no trees on that property, none, and the houses are huge, and I don't understand why people need to live, for one, in great big huge houses like that. However, I really hope that the people in Fawcettville get to maintain their lifestyle. And hearing the presentation at the beginning tonight from the developers, it seems like all the words and all the plans are all on wheels, like they move around. Like nothing is really set, and I find that scary.
30 seconds.
Because I saw what happened with 12 Trees, and if things aren't set in the way they're actually going to appear, anything's possible.
Thank you very much. We have one more pre-registered coming to us virtually. I will wait for the clerk to connect.
For one, in great big huge houses like that. However,
Welcome, Victoria. Can you pause your YouTube?
that the people in
Victoria, can you hear us?
yes,
Perfect. Your YouTube is paused?
yes,
Thank you. And whenever you're ready to start, you have 5 minutes.
thank you. So, I'm Victoria Taylor. I'm a Picton resident living within walking distance from Fawcettville. I'm a landscape architect and a volunteer member of the Natural Cover Working Group. I consulted with working group members about this plan. I've been in touch with some people from Fawcettville about this meeting. I experienced this forested landscape on bike rides along the trail and have explored the beautiful forest path that winds into the neighborhood. My comments tonight mirror others and center on the twin crisis that directs housing policy today, and that is the crisis of affordability and the climate crisis. And when you read through any directive from CMHC, the United Nations, the Blueprint for More and Better Housing, it all mentions climate with housing, connected green spaces, walkable neighborhoods, and habitat protection. To merge affordability and climate concerns into this plan, I have 2 points to make and to add to the conversation tonight. So one is, whatever plan ends up being finalized here, this forest is going to be clear cut, butternuts and all. And so I think we need to start thinking about how to compensate for that. And knowing that there's no fines in the tree policy, and the money, the cash in lieu from the butternuts is going to end up somewhere else, I feel like we need to come up with a value to compensate for this huge environmental loss, in addition to the parkland cash in lieu. And I propose that planning negotiates a value the developer would pay to the county. It's one thing if this development was planned on land when it was still an agricultural field, but now, and as we've heard, over 60 years later, it's this beautiful forest that's contributed to the generations that have grown up and around through this green space, and it's integrated into people's lives and stories, as we've heard tonight, filtering the air, providing habitat, and making memories. In a way, this forest has squatters' rights, I'd say, and we need a way on this file to honor the sense of place that this forest has contributed to Fawcettville over all these years. It's my understanding that the payments on the butternut will go to the province, so we need something that's going to come back to our community, and that's going to contribute to, say, local tree planting events, or to enhance green spaces, all under the direction of community involvement. So that's my 1 point, is to come up with a compensation amount. 2 is about public green space, and I think this needs to be more thoughtfully considered in the plan. The Hilden home site runs along the Millennium Trail, as we know, and everyone loves the Millennium Trail. And the expectation of the experience of this trail is that it's a green space, and that we're not on this trail to run alongside a subdivision. There's a 5-meter wide vegetated buffer that is a right-of-way that's supposed to screen the various land uses that happens on either side of the trail, whether it's a farm field, a golf course, or a subdivision. And I'm not really seeing that buffered space there. I'm seeing a road. But what would help this, I think, is if the stormwater pond is relocated to be alongside the Millennium Trail from where it is on the plan now, and that we have the connected trail through. And we have a great example of this about 1 kilometer down the way. The Jasper Street development is a very elegant example that that you can take a look at. The vegetated buffer there is intact. It protects the green space experience along the trail. And then the stormwater pond is set against that, and it's designed as this beautiful natural green space with a loop path, and then it connects back to the trail or into town. And I think it's a good example to take a look at for this project. So to wrap up, I ask that the planning committee remind this developer that green space planning is a priority in the county, and that they should go back to the drawing board. I ask that you explore relocating the stormwater pond and recommend a fee to compensate the community for what will be a great loss. This draft plan of subdivision comes from another time, and changes need to be made to it. I've signed the petition, and I ask that it be rejected and revised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria, for your time tonight. Any questions?
I registered.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get the, yep. No, I was just gonna, it's the last one I have on my list, but I was gonna ask anybody in the audience if they would like to speak on this file now, so now would be your opportunity.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name. I know who you are, but if you state your name for the record, and you got 5 minutes.
Gordon Hanley. Thank you, Fawcettville, for coming tonight and showing support. I have nothing against our owner of the property, nothing against him at all. Council, I want to let you know that we are the ones that voted you in to council. And you are here to represent the people of Prince Edward County. And we are here tonight proposing that this does not take place. If this takes place, I would want to have just single houses, an extra 2 dead-end streets. Fawcettville's built on about 20, I'm just guessing, out of 20 acres of land for 49 houses. Behind Fawcettville, we're looking at 8 to 10 acres of land, and you want to build 85 homes on it. This builds some, if we want to do something, build another 4 dead-end streets with a street up to the Millennium Trail that people can walk to the Millennium Trail. And we'll have dead-end streets, just single houses that matches the rest of Fawcettville. We're, as a council, we are growing too fast. And why I'm saying that is all the extra houses is being built in the taxpayers' money. We're going back to roads that are paved to gravel roads because we can't even afford to pave them. So let's just slow down, council, and figure this out. We're going too fast with a lot of these developments. There's a development that he's started on Owen Street. Let's let him start that first. He's already tore all the trees down. Let's get him going on that over there, and let's not start a plan in Fawcettville until we have a road, an extra road. We don't build houses with one door, and someone's already said that tonight. We won't allow a house to be built with one door. We need at least 2 doors in a house, and so we need 2 roads to go in and out. If something ever happened in Fawcettville, a big fire or a bomb or a gas leak or whatever, how is the people of Fawcettville going to get out? So let's slow down, council. Let's reconsider what this development is, and let's start focusing on safety more than taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. Is there anybody else in the audience that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Somebody. Welcome, just state your name for the record and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Wendy Simmons and I live at 525 Highway 49. I'm just like 3 houses north of Fawcettville Avenue. I support all the concerns that everyone has mentioned here tonight about this development. My concern is exploring alternative routes of a second access. The county owns a piece of property next to my house to the north. I don't know how many feet it is. It's next to a farmer's field. I can't think of who owns that field right now. My concern is that the county will grant access to the builder. It'll be basically on top of my property line if that goes through, and I don't support that at all, and I don't think it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
Hi, many of you know me. My name is Jennifer Thompson, and I live in Fawcettville. I've owned my house for 10 years, and we will be selling, unfortunately, because my father passed and we're going to take over another home. I'm here today to support my neighbors because the neighborhood is fabulous. I'm sad to be leaving it, and I just want to put a few things in perspective. There was a meeting apparently in April which I don't think everybody heard about. I think they said April 19th, 16th. So April 17th, I fell and hurt my arm. Tomorrow I get my x-ray. Hello. And we're planning a whole subdivision in that short a time. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully your x-rays turn out okay. Anybody else? Yep, come on up.
Hi, my name's Dave Tugwood. I live on Highway 49, pretty much across from First Avenue. So I have a good bird's eye view of that intersection. And I can safely say that whatever traffic study this engineering firm out of Ottawa has performed is outdated already, because they clearly state that there's no problem with the traffic. I watch daily people waiting and waiting to turn left into Fawcettville, and that's with the present conditions. So how does that fit in with planning department's idea of sustainability and ecology, et cetera? And also, what engineering firm was it that decided that there would be a left turn lane into the Wellings, a right-hand turn into Fawcettville, and yet with even more traffic now and another subdivision, nothing for Fawcettville to turn left. Also, the school buses, whether there'll be more school buses, there's no doubt about that. And yeah, they stop right on 49, as do the dozens of cars that have to stop coming in either direction. So, is there a plan to get those buses up into Fawcettville, and where might that be that they would stop? Also, I listened to Katie and several others talk about planning departments, what would you call it, their mantra to introduce, to ensure sustainability, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, the plan that the public gets to see is completely devoid of anything that would suggest that the planning department is checking these things before it gets out to this stage. And this stage being, tonight you might possibly vote on this. Well, please put it on ice, answer the questions that have come up tonight, and make sure that the developer, and I think Hilden will have sustainable building practices, et cetera, that would meet whatever guidelines that the planning department has in mind when they say sustainability, et cetera. But we haven't been privy to that information. So until we get all of the information that matches and is what the county has said they want to see in the buildings and developments, those things are definitely have not been addressed. So, you know, I like the idea that the trees being transplanted. It's got to be the beech trees, not just any old tree. The marine, in the marine world, they have to do the same thing. If you're going to do marine work, well, they got to develop a place for marine life in a different place if they're going to disturb it in a construction zone. And I'm glad to see that they've got that same practice in this situation. But anyway, I didn't come real prepared, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there further comments from the audience on this file? Welcome. You have 5 minutes. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Jan Hendry, and I do not live in Fawcettville. I am a member of the Natural Cover Working Group, and I see other members of the group here, and I think some of them are watching on Zoom. I want to repeat something Sheila said, which in order to cut down one mature tree, you have to plant 200 seedlings to get the same benefits that a mature tree would plant. And so she's right. If we take down 44 or 46, I can't remember the exact number, these 200 trees that the developer is planning to replace them with won't even, it won't be enough. The other thing is, I have an issue with planting small trees, which, you know, we replace trees, we do plant small trees, but the county doesn't have a program which ensures that those trees will be watered. And for the first 2 or possibly 3 years, they need to have somebody checking that they are watered. And if they look droughty, or if we, right now you probably wouldn't have to water them, but there are sometimes we had very droughty summers, they don't get watered. The county has no facility for doing that. And because the answer is, well, we can't afford the truck and the VAT on the back of the truck and somebody to drive it around. And I get that this is a cost, but the more we take down mature trees and plant with small trees and then don't water them, you're kidding yourself if you think you're replacing the forest. So.
Thank you. Councillor Brandy, did you have a question?
No, just wanted to be cognizant, Chair Prinzen, it's very hot in here this evening. I believe these people would like to see a decision made, and I would ask.
100%, Councillor Brandy. As chair, I'm letting the audience all have their comments, and at which point we will, as soon as the comments are all made, we will be taking a 10-minute recess, because we have been here 3 hours, but I am waiting for the audience to all have their turn as they did come tonight and go through the heat. So I appreciate your comments, but I am cognizant of the people as well. Is there more audience who would like to speak? Last call, seeing none. I will now call a 10-minute recess for, I'm sorry we've been here 3 hours, but we need a 10-minute recess. It's 10 o'clock. We will resume at 10:10. Becky, can you let us know when we're ready? It's all open. Madam Clerk, are we? Yeah.
Through the chair, just bear.
Welcome back, everybody, and thanks for allowing the recess. Councillor Nyman, do you have a motion to extend?
Yep, it's a Nyman panel motion, a motion to extend the meeting.
All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, so we've asked the audience. It's on the floor. So now I'm going to ask if any council committee members have comments or questions on this matter. Councillor McNaughton.
So I would like to be respectful of my colleagues. I do have several comments. But I also would like to put, when the time comes after people have had their chance, I would like to put a deferral motion on the floor with some detail attached to it based on what I hear from my colleagues. So I'll just begin now with some initial comments. Thank you.
Okay.
So I wanted to, first, tough house for you tonight, and I appreciate the presentation you gave. I do want to explain to people who are in the room that that our secondary plans take us back in time to when there was a look forward that was very broad and allowed a lot of permission on a lot of lands to be developed. So there is a bit of a trap here. And our planners, I believe, do a very good job at trying to apply good planning principles on our behalf as they look to negotiate middle ground. So I wanted to appreciate that it's a very complex process, and as our CAO has said in the past, you know, you learn a lot about planning when you're coming to council about planning, but until you need to know, often nobody knows anything about planning until they really, really need to know about planning. So it does become complicated. I also want to express appreciation for the future proofing that our staff has tried to do with inclusion of roads that will connect to eventual, their belief that there are eventual connection points made. For example, the one that was mentioned from McSteven to Fawcettville in future. And I want to also sort of cite that there is some real strength in the shape of this subdivision. I'm just not convinced that it's the right shape for this location. Certainly looking at connecting roads in the future into this location is very strong. Yes, 20, 30, 40 years down the road, it would be better to see a well-connected division rather than a suburban cul-de-sac sort of approach. And this certainly has strengths. I just want to say we are also required by our secondary plan, as was also mentioned, to consider the fabric of the existing neighborhood and to consider how a new development is going to impact the surrounding area, the surrounding built form, the surrounding neighbors, and in this case, I think we've heard that the impacts are great. My initial and most extraordinary point of concern is that one outlet, we're putting an awful lot of homes into an area that doesn't have a secure exit in case of an emergency. We've heard that from several people, and I believe that is a source of concern for me too. Also, the butternuts, of course, our tree policy, it is not evolved enough yet into a bylaw to really require something that will support any plantation, and doesn't really speak to in-depth the amount, the oxygen engine, the cooling engine, and the importance of those large trees. So I will leave it there and look to my colleagues to continue on. But when we get to a deferral motion, I will be looking to hold off until we see a traffic impact study to look at how this one exit looks. Consideration of green space on site, as we've also heard from a number of people, and waiting until we see how the trees on site are going to be accommodated and replaced.
Thank you, Councillor McNaughton. Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the road at the top by Millennium Trail, and I'm just trying to understand why we would have that road there. And I guess all the properties there fall into the secondary plan. So I'm just wondering, because we're looking at a second access, I guess, to that subdivision. Can planning talk to the owners of the two properties to the south to see about how we can facilitate getting a road, to extend that road over to McFarland Drive? Because if those two properties become developed, that would only benefit them too. So is there something that we could do as the county to try and extend that road, just to have that road on that one parcel of land? Really makes no sense. So I'm just trying to figure out why we would have that one road there if we weren't trying to extend it now.
Thank you. So through the chair, in addition to the road that's on the plan that everybody's seen on the draft plan, the official plan amendment would designate that section to be a future road extension. So
a future what?
A future road extension.
Just speak right into that mic.
So the official plan amendment is also designating that section of road along the trail as the future, as where the future road will go. So by doing that is providing that opportunity for the lands to the north and to the south to know where they're, if they are to be developed, where that road will go and meet up with the one on this plan. Presently, there's been no discussion that I'm aware of with either of those property owners to develop those lands, but through the recommendations, we're providing that opportunity for that to happen.
Manager Michaud, did you have a further comment?
Yeah, simply to express that, following up on Matt, we don't have to also look south. We can look north as well. It's only one block going north to Leo Finnegan, which we somewhat redeveloped when the new home goes in. So that road is going to get pretty much beaten up when we do the construction of the new McFarland home, the
long-term care home.
There we go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that seems like a possibility as well. So there's really 4 possibilities, right? You can use the existing road. We have some lands to the north that follow that ditch that could be redeveloped. You can go north or you can go south. The trail really isn't an option, as Councillor McNaughton indicated, so and something we don't really want to do anyways. So there really is 4 options. It's up to the developer to find that point that of least resistance, that he can get that construction access in, because coming down that existing road for construction purposes simply won't cut it, right? That road will be just destroyed in no time, not to mention what the human factor would be in terms of access for everybody. So those are the things that we're looking at. The other option, in terms of the plan of subdivision, is maybe it goes in phases. Typically in a lot of developments, you'll see up to a maximum of 90 units with one entrance. So right now we're about 40, 45, I guess, from the existing homes. So maybe there's an opportunity for a first phase of this development that brings us to around the 90 units. That allows for the development to take place, but still holds back until there's a second access location to allow for the full development to take place.
Thank you. For further detail, Councillor Briney.
Thank you, Chair Prinzen. One of the many things I love about Prince Edward County are the pockets of small communities. I certainly have quite a few of them in the ward of Hillier that I represent. One thing that resonated with me this evening is what a close-knit community you are. I understand full well you help support yourselves in good times, bad times. I grew up in a small community like yours that the fabric was changed with a development that was rushed through. And I'm hearing what you're saying. There were a few points that really resonated with me and made sense tonight. It's the fabric of your community and what you're trying to protect. It's what you value. But there are a few other predicaments Victoria Taylor mentioned about the Millennium Trail. I know there's people in this room that worked very hard to establish the trail and what the whole premise was, and it was to be enjoyed as much as we can with green space. The tree scenario, I've just planted 30 trees at my farm, native trees, and I spend about 3 hours every couple nights sometimes watering them. My neighbors say I'm growing them for my grandchildren. That's the point. But I know what it takes to embrace that, and I understand what you're embracing, what you're trying to protect with that. So I would be supporting a deferral on this also when that comes forward. I think there's many things that need to be looked at before I have a comfort level to support something. I completely get what's happening, and I do commend the community for coming out in these types of numbers. You don't have to sell me on it. I've been through this before myself, but thank you, and I'll be supporting a deferral.
Thank you, Councillor Briney. Councillor Pennell.
In looking at all the questions that have come forward now, tonight, I have a lot of concern as we move ahead, and I would definitely support a deferral on this, not only for the people that are here, but as well the developer to have a look and see, like, I'm not convinced some of those trees couldn't be kept. I'm not convinced that perhaps a different approach on roads coming in and that couldn't be looked. But if it's not looked at, we've got a whole bunch of sour people. So I would definitely support deferring at this point to let everybody have a look, including our county staff. Is there a better way? Is it the right way? And I don't feel that we're at a point right now to make that decision in that regard without further talk and further answers coming back to questions that you people have been concerned about, but we as councillors also have to be concerned about and represent you. Our main goal as a county has been affordable housing all the way through. I don't know whether that's achievable whatsoever, but let's not do it the wrong way.
Thank you, Councillor Pennell. Councillor Maynard.
Thank you. We had a lot of information in our package, but then tonight now I seem to have as many questions as I got answers for. And I'll just say the traffic information, the new updated traffic information, I was not aware of, and I don't know whether that has been peer reviewed. It'd be nice to see if we have any alternatives to the clearing of that entire property, or whether a phased approach to the development makes more sense. And the timeline of approval to actually whether we have any ability to, if we have given approval, how long before we actually see the subdivision built out. And then another thing, when somebody said about the kids in the school bus, something that I didn't actually take into consideration, but on a quick look at the Hastings Prince Edward School Board, children from K to 8 have to walk 0.8 of a kilometer, which would encompass that entire area, to a group bus stop. And then high school students, it's like 1.6 kilometers. So we're not likely, and I know that they are really getting strict on their pickups, so we will have all the children in this subdivision and the existing ones standing likely somewhere on the edge of 49. So I'm not, I just don't feel that I have all the information that I need to make a decision. And we know that, yes, we'll see kind of but we don't really have a say on the final plan of subdivision, even though we'll maybe see the final approval. But this is kind of our kick at the can. So yes, I too will support a deferral.
Thank you, Councillor Maynard. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My notes are all over the place, so bear with me. Well, I don't want to deny this application. I think there's a lot of good in this application. And I would salute and support Eric Denowden for getting to this stage. And but I also believe that, and I was very impressed by all of the presentations, to be honest. I especially like Katie's double-barreled approach, where she got a full 10 minutes. That was pretty good. But I don't think, as an old broadcaster, I don't think this application is ready for prime time just yet. I'm concerned about no connecting sidewalk. I'll come back to that. Only one access road, and how the notion of a second public meeting just kind of got tossed off. I thought it was a good suggestion, and I think it should happen. But I also want to point out what I just know for a fact. Our planning team and department work really, really hard. And they work within, constraints that 99% of the county is not aware of. Provincial policy statements of, Planning Act restrictions that we just saw even this evening. They change faster than you know. Other municipal legislation that comes down from Queen's Park. And we really need to understand, the public, we all need to understand that the 444 municipalities in Ontario are quite limited in what they can do when it comes to land use planning. We are creatures of the province. I take a slightly different tack with some of the presentations who said just build a bunch of single, family homes. That's not the way to get to attainability or affordability. I mean, you can, it's just not how you get there. So I'm concerned, if I had to be concerned about a ratio, I'd be concerned about there's too many single family homes. There's not an optimization of density. And I think it's not difficult arithmetic to come up with smaller spaces for housing units are more cost effective. So I just want to come back just for a little detail to back up some of the stuff I said earlier. Connecting sidewalks. So using the number of roughly 280,000 per kilometer, it looks to me or to us like it's about 400 meters of sidewalk. That's $112,000 for the 400 meters. Divided by some 80-some units, that comes down to, or maybe it's 85, that's between $1,200 and $1,400 a unit. I think I'd like to know that staff kind of work that with the developer to see if that's a deal breaker or not. You know, how would it impact attainability? And I use the word attainability purposefully because it's not affordability. Anyone who believes that affordable housing is going to magically appear without massive public spending and tax dollars in the hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars is just dreaming. It doesn't happen. Attainable housing is possible, though. That's sort of the middlebrow bracket. Maybe that's what Eric is going for. I don't know. But I'd like staff to explore those things. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Branderhorst.
How do you follow that? I don't know. I guess my only thought is like the idea of a deferral. I think there are some questions that need to get rethought out, and some inclusions that I respect from my fellow councillors. One that I would like to add into the idea of a deferral is specifically sidewalks have been mentioned a few times around the table. I like that idea. And secondly, I would hate to see this community that is so full of a variety of populace, but specifically young families, feel pushed and not feel safe in their community. That would never be the want that I would ever want to put on a family member, especially as an individual with young kids. And so in the incorporation of this, if it is county paid or not, or developer, I mean, latter would be preferred, but I'd like to see an incorporation of a bus stop. Either way, just somewhere safe that, and I appreciate I don't think I ever heard the lovely 103-year-old woman's name, but I will kind of feel bad for saying that that's her name right now, but that she allows her property to be used for this, but I don't think that moving long-term and thinking about accessibility and safety is proper, so in future plans of some sort. And I also don't mind, I mean, I'm speaking for development dollars which is not part of this, but I wouldn't mind the development dollars staying at that park. It's a pretty neat one. So those are just my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Branderhorst. Councillor Harrison.
Yes, I too am supportive of deferral. I think these comments tonight from the good folks that turned out have merit, and I think knowing the developer, he's a very conscientious developer and heard a lot of good things, and I think that some of the major issues to do with safety, particularly, this may be able to be worked out, and that's why I'd like to see a deferral as well, and let both the planning department and the developer get together and whatever input there is, try to get a package together here that's a little more in the interests of the people as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sensing a lot of us around the table are thinking the same way. Several comments have been made that that most of the comments I made, obviously, I'm 100% in favor of. I've been very impressed with the community input, the local residents, their concerns. I think I absolutely agree. They all need to be addressed as much as we possibly can. I do believe, and I look forward to seeing whatever add-ons to the referral motion happen. There's so much here so much more here I think that can be done if a little more thought is put into it. I'm not going to go on ad nauseum here other than to say I think in this case it's appropriate that we refer this back to staff and to further negotiate with the developer to make sure that we get it right. So I think that's all I'm going to say right now.
Thank you, Councillor St. Jean. Mayor Ferguson, last word to you, and then I'm going back to Councillor McNaughton.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think many of us around the horseshoe have attended meetings like this, planning meetings like this, where there is a turnout of people who have come very prepared to speak in unison about a situation they see unfolding in their neighborhood, in their village. And it was certainly clear tonight with the preparation that went into all the presentations that everybody made. I think everybody here is appreciative of those comments and how passionate you were in bringing forward the many concerns. We've spoken about the roads, we've spoken about the sidewalks. I'm concerned about those things as well as the safety of the residents if this project goes through. And I think there's an opportunity here for further discussion between Mr. Denoden and staff and the community to work out a reasonable compromise so that the needs of the community, which have been identified this evening, are better addressed than I think they have been to this point. So we'll wait and see what happens with Councillor McNaughton, but I think more work still needs to be done on this. But I want to thank all of you for coming forward this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ferguson. Councillor McNaughton.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if the clerk could put, we've got a bit of a motion written with some flexibility to add some context, because I think we should send this back to staff with clear context so that they know what our considerations are. And I can read that out loud if you would like. But perhaps I should.
Councillor Nyman, did you want a second the deferral back?
Yeah, we don't know quite what the motion is quite yet, but I'll read it for now, and that's great. Thank you, Councillor Nyman. That report DS 33/2024 of the Development Services dated sorry, I'm tired, June 19th, 2024 regarding plan number, file number, Plan of Subdivision 13-T-24-501, Official Plan Amendment OPA 01-2024, and Zoning Bylaw Amendment File Z1-24 be returned to staff for further negotiate with the developer for committee's consideration at the next feasible planning, yada, 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 to the next available meeting. But where the cursor is where we can add context. And I would want to sort of start the running, and I would look to the clerks for instruction if we can. I would like to start with a few items, some of which I've been considering and some of which I've heard tonight, but would invite my colleagues to look to add as well. Is that all right?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. So the prime consideration that I would be looking to add to that referral motion is to wait until we've got the updated traffic impact study information and consider a peer review, to have consideration for green space on the site instead of a financial parkland dedication. So an actual green space. To wait until the tree management plan is before us, so is available. Pardon me, my wording might not be great. And to seek, to address concerns of the community, and I suspect Councillor Nyman might have some words, further words on that, to ensure safe and comprehensive active transit vis-a-vis a sidewalk, potentially, and to explore a phased approach with appropriate phased parcels, including holding symbols. So that's where I would start the bidding. And and would welcome input from my colleagues, because I know that's not comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNaughton. I'll go to Councillor Nyman as the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, can I ask staff a question? Just on this.
On the deferral?
Yeah, I can ask her. Okay.
Referral, Madam Clerk? Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I'm just wondering, so what I'm looking for is, and I don't know how we can do it, but can we suggest some way that the developer hold a second meeting for the residents? The first one, there's a whole lot of questions, and I'm just wondering, and they indicated today they didn't want to have the second meeting, so I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way we can have that second meeting?
Manager Michaud?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Nyman, there is no legal way we can require them to do another meeting. I believe they've heard loud and clear that one is preferred. We'll suggest that to them as staff, and we'll work with them as well as the community to come up with a plan that hopefully has some benefits to both parties.
Quick follow-up, go ahead.
So making a motion is not going to do anything? You're going to take it as direction, or do you need a motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're welcome to make a motion. Again, we have no legal mechanism to make it happen. That's unfortunate.
So, Councillor Nyman, could we put it in as a little billet there?
Like request.
Negotiate with the developer with respect to hosting a second meeting. I mean, it's not legal and conforming, but it's a suggestion and it's in a motion to show our support. Okay, thank you. Councillor Maynard?
Yeah, just a bullet to contact the Hastings Prince Edward School Board regarding their ideas on a safe group bus stop.
Thank you, Councillor Maynard. Councillor Hirsch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, for adding bullets, I'd like to make it crystal clear about the sidewalk out to 49. As Councillor Roberts mentioned earlier, this is not huge money, and it's something that should be explored with the developer. So I don't know if you can work that word specifically in, Becky. And my second bullet would be we have a lot about a construction route that the developer be required to find a construction route other than Fawcett Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hirsch.
Sorry, through the chair. Councillor Hirsch, can you just clarify
Sidewalk
those 2
from
points?
Subdivision to 49.
Yeah, that's good.
That's, I think everybody understands what we're talking. And construction route, not Fawcett Avenue. And a confirmation of construction route, I guess probably might be better, but Councillor Roberts, go ahead, yeah.
It's getting to be a bit of a laundry list, and I'm not sure how helpful that is at this hour. But the three things that I was concerned with were no connecting sidewalk, only one access road, and the comments from tonight's meeting from the community be heard and explored the developer, and that a public meeting be the culmination of that, or be part of that conversation with the community.
So I think the only one that wasn't on there, I'm having a hard time seeing it, but is the second access, the one access. Like I think every other bullet you mentioned is on the list.
Along with
in
other
some form or another.
Yeah.
Second escape, if we want to. As we've heard many residents legitimately stress. Is there anything else?
Through the chair, I'm just going to confirm with planning staff before we move forward, if that's okay.
Councilor Pennell, do you have a question while the deputy and planning staff are going over our list?
I'm just looking through that. A second access route to be constructed. Is that permanent for construction?
That's a permanent route. That has nothing to do with construction. So that's the direction.
I think that should be
Yes,
down.
that's the intention.
Yeah.
Thank you for verifying though. Manager Michaud.
Just for clarification, Mr. Chair, is it council's, I guess, direction to explore an option where a first phase of development could take place with only the one access location? Or is it any part of this development that takes place, it requires a second access?
I think we can start a whole nother three-hour debate on that. I think you bring us back your guidance, whether it's a stage development of 20 houses to start with the same access, or if you want 85 with 2, you bring back, and then you'll know whether you did it right by the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
Matt, are you good with? Let me rephrase that. Matt, are you okay with this?
Yeah, fine. Just wanted to make sure that we understood, ensure safe and active, comprehensive, active transit options. We're not talking about public transit, buses, school buses, that kind of thing.
Go ahead.
I was actually referring to the need for a sidewalk to connect the trail to the road. So that 49 in the trail, there were safe paths or sidewalks for children to manage the duration independently.
So yeah, not public transit, just sidewalks throughout the whole development for whether the guy on First Street wants to walk to the Millennium Trail or vice versa. So there's safe access is. Councilor Maynard,
I don't think we necessarily have to put the Millennium Trail because that's going to be part of.
Well, I think they.
Yeah, okay.
They get it.
They get the intent.
Yeah. If they get us a nice connection. Okay, so we have it on the floor. It is a McNaughton-Nyman motion with lots of help from committee. I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously, so. Okay, so I guess we're moving on. You're more than welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting if you so desire.
It's going to be quick.
We're gonna continue, so if you're leaving, if you could just keep it down so we can continue, that would be greatly appreciated. 4.4 on our agenda, now 6.3, I think. Oh, 6.4. So consent file number, Katie, if we could all pull together for a bit more. Consent file number B29-22, Castle, Amalco Real Estate Holdings ULC Lake Avenue Resort, 33-38 Lake Avenue Lane. Staff, do you have any further comments?
Through the chair, nothing to add.
I'm waiting for Emily. Oh, sorry. I'm asking staff.
Through the chair, nothing to add.
Thank you, Emily. Applicant or agent, are you in the agreement with the conditions as approved in the outline of the report?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this? Yeah, and I do have, come on up. Are you gonna present, or are you just gonna?
Very short presentation. I realize the time that
No, it's your time. So,
Okay. Just in terms of background, I know what Barb will be speaking with regards to the resident within the area, and I think a bit of...
can you just speak right into the microphone? We do have one gentleman on Zoom, so it's just...
Okay, certainly.
Yeah.
My name is Ruth Victor. I'm the land use planner for this application. I'm just going to be going through a very brief, short presentation to provide you a bit of an orientation of the extensive discussions that we've been having with the residents, a number of the steps that we've gone through to address through the site plan process, which is a concurrent process underway right now with the municipality to ensure we have identified, discussed, and addressed the neighbors' concerns as we're going forward. Next slide, please. Basically, in terms of this, what we are dealing with is 4 cottages that are accessed through an internal road through a trailer park. It's a rather unusual situation. So what you are looking at is the Lake Avenue property. Basically, we have an access road off the municipal road that goes through our property and then accesses these cottages. Next slide, please. There is an existing easement that provides access to those cottages that is not concurrent with where the road was approved in the site plan application. So we have a situation where the existing easement and the gravel road, which had started the construction of, are not concurrent. And we need to move the easement so that they have legal access to where the road is intended to be through the site plan matter. There also are a number of significant benefits, which I will go through as to why this is being relocated. Next slide, please. You can see the new location of the easement. It's further up gradient to the existing cottages, and that access road equally not only provides access to ultimately those cottages, but also will facilitate additional trailer sites that have already been approved previously through previous planning approvals that were obtained in 2012. Next slide, please. As part of the ongoing process with the residents, we received a number of concerns. Every circle on that drawing is a change made to the site plan drawing to address a specific concern. Due to the time that we're at right now, I'll just hit the primary highlights. There were concerns regarding screening and buffering. You'll see there's fence, there's plantings, both up gradient, directly adjacent to the fencing, and directly adjacent to their cottages. We've tried to address the question of screening fairly aggressively. We've also had the concern regarding drainage. If you can imagine, the trailers are a higher grade. The Lake Avenue Road is the next grade, then the cottages are at the bottom. They have a bit of problem of drainage right now. I'm not going in any way to say that there isn't. Barb, as she will say, and we've heard through our conversations, she's got stuck in the mud. She had to have her vehicle towed out. We have a problem that needs to be fixed immediately. So what we are proposing is a drainage swale on the down gradient of Lake Avenue, so we catch the drainage of Lake Avenue and we move forward. These are matters that are going to be dealt with through site plan, and I'd like to direct to you specifically the recommendation for staff, number 5, that specifically references the site plan control agreement with the municipality to address other things, buffering, fencing and vegetation. I've identified with you how we're addressing that. And specifically grading and drainage to demonstrate that stormwater resulting from redevelopment will be conveyed to a legal drainage outlet. That's not very clear, but if you just look a bit on the left side of the drawing, you'll see that there's a new drainage outlet that's proposed. We're going to be gathering the drainage, moving it through this ditch culvert system under the road area, and then basically creating a new outlet for it. Obviously, all of this has to be approved through a development permit through the Conservation Authority. So we are comprehensively looking at the issues that they've raised and what we're aware of on the property. I'm just identifying to you, recognizing that these matters will be approved through site plan approval. This revision has been filed with staff. Staff are awaiting the approval of the new easement location before they can move forward. We received confirmation from staff today that that is the next step in order for us to move forward. Once we obtain site plan approval, we will be in the position to be able to move forward with these important infrastructure works to address the concerns. The residents have asked us Is there an option in order to assist in tree preservation to move the drainage swale to the north? If required, we do have our engineer on call on Zoom if you'd like him to speak to it directly. Just in the interest of time, I can quickly identify for you that we need the swale on the down gradient of Lake Avenue. We have to be catching the water on Lake Avenue in that culvert. Water will only flow downhill. If we put the culvert above Lake Avenue, we're not catching a full drainage. We're not providing the best solution to the problem. Equally, we recognize all of we've submitted will be reviewed by the county, by your engineers, and if there is any improvements we need to make to these drawings as part of the site plan process, of course, we will work with county staff and come up with the best solution moving forward. So I just wanted to provide that background for you, and as I mentioned, we agree with the staff report, their recommendations, and the conditions that they've imposed.
Perfect, thank you very much. Any quick questions for her on any of that, Councillor Maynard?
Yeah, just quickly from the map, it's a little hard. So the cottages, are they the only ones that access off the right-of-way, or do the internal trailers, or do they access internally?
Everyone, the internal road network services both the cottagers and the trailer park, yes.
Okay, so those ones we're seeing, it goes,
yes,
the driveways.
They require an easement in order to use the road associated with the trailer park. That's the purpose of the easement, is for them to obtain right of access.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, not seeing any further questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sticking with us. So now I have an audience member that would like to speak. No, it's good. Just state your name for the record, and I will remind you have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Barb Wolf. I live at 59 Lake Avenue Lane. I co-own the property with my brother, we've had the property since before I was born. Directly into the mic? Okay, is that better? Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to touch on 5 main points, and we are going through discussions right now with the planner. The big one, of course, is drainage. Second is fencing. Third is signage. Fourth is title updates. And the fifth is the boat launch dock. Drainage, since the road was moved and the ground has been disturbed for the placement of utilities, the natural flow and runoff has been adversely affected, and I now have serious flooding on my property. When it rains, I have water running down the driveway, flowing under my cottage, and also flooding the yard. I've had to add gravel to the end of my driveway so I can park on my property. Otherwise, I have to park off the property. I've had my vehicle towed once, as Ruth just said. Ruth Victor has proposed digging a storm drain running along the buffer that that they have created. In order to dig the drain into the proposed location, I have several very large trees whose root systems will be disturbed and potentially killing them. I suggest running the drain on the south side of the new road because it's less disruptive, less damaging, and will also, discourage people from parking their vehicles and trailers immediately at the end of our driveways. I've successfully hand dug a trench on the south side of that roadway to redistribute the water when I do have flooding, and it works fine. So there's no reason this can't be done. And it, like I said, less disturbance to the trees, very mature trees. I've also had an engineer review it, and their proposal versus mine, and the engineer says the south would be less disruptive. So I can't see why it can't happen. It needs to be dealt with promptly because I have potentially compromised foundation with my cottage. So, and let's see. And if this proposal for the movement of the storm drain from the north side of the roadway to the south side, I want to know what recourse I have if the trees are destroyed. Do they pay to remove the trees? Are they going to replant 60-year-old trees? Like, those are all important things that need to be addressed. The fencing and buffer. So 4 years ago, we had our mature trees and bushes removed to create a buffer and a new road without the courtesy of notifying us. It was all gone in the spring. So, this relationship hasn't been very cooperative, as you can see. Trees were planted and not maintained. Gabion and garbage were left behind in the new buffer. Moving forward, in November, a 9-foot fence was offered. This offer was retracted, and a 1.8 meter fence was offered. I suggested a slightly taller fence with more openings for better airflow, wind flow off the lake, because we are close to the lake, so the fence would be sturdier. And also a different configuration that uses fewer materials as well. So, but they're not willing to compromise on that now. The current fences in the park properly are poorly maintained. Do you have a picture of that, Becky? Sorry. So basically, they're held together with bubble gum and baling wire. And what recourse do we have if the fences aren't maintained? So you can see what they've got going on here. There's posts holding them up, and there's sticks holding the edges together. They require painting. So what recourse do we have if the fences are neglected and fall into disrepair? I think that's important. So next is signage. We're in discussions. The planning company and the owner have agreed to putting proper signage up to mark our properties as private. Currently, all the brochures, all the signage in the park have our 4 properties as wonderful green space. No private property signage on any of the brochures or signage, so it is used as green space quite often by the kids. Let's see. The other question, this is a permit question. So the signage for the permit is facing the road. It's a very small sign facing the road, and you would have to intentionally stop to see the permit. So you'd have to know what you're looking for. Are there minimum sizes for permits or visibility? That's one question I have for the county. Next, we'll go to titles and deeds. I would like, in front of council, the assurance from Sun Retreats and Castle Amalco that they will pay to update our titles, because right now they're willing to pay up to a certain amount, but they haven't told us the amount. We have collectively agreed to go through the same lawyer to minimize the costs, but we don't know what we're allowed. So we'd like some clearance with that and assurance that they will take care of that. This right-of-way change and the easement was not our initiative. Next is my side of my property is directly adjacent to the boat launch and the campground. So I have a lot of traffic going along the side of my property. They have offered to put a fence in partway down, which is great. But the dock, as I thought would be okay, is not okay. It's a commercial dock. It's heavily used. They've moved it now, 12 feet from my property line. So I'm still dealing with boat props slicing my foot valve floaters, lures, and fishing lines. This is the last 2 catches from the last few weeks. So this is what I find on my shoreline and in the weeds, are all kinds of fishing lures. And that's a really big one to be casting off a dock. And I have kids trespassing, vandalizing the water intake. Adults are breaking tree branches off for their dogs to play in the dog beach. And with so many more trailers being proposed to go in, there's going to be more traffic issues. So I think we need to deal with the dock properly. So, and it's a commercial dock, so there is a lot of traffic. Now, in closing, I feel the campground owner's request for consent being put before the county is premature. I appreciate the efforts of Sun Retreats to minimize the damage done, but there are too many unresolved issues at this point. All the necessary work needs to be completed before Sun Retreats can proceed with the development behind us, immediately behind us. The 2 projects are connected, absolutely connected. A 2-year timeline for completion of this work is too long. It's been sitting for 4 years now. Also, before any decisions are made, I'd like to invite the councillors and mayor to visit the property to see our concerns firsthand. I feel this kind of high-density development that's happening in if it was happening in your backyard, you would want a voice and representation from the county. Thank you to Sam for coming in and visiting with us and walking through with us. If it's no longer applicable to our properties, I hope the concerns for noise, fire safety, density, parking, congestion, grade and drainage considerations, maximum trailer and deck size, structure versus trailer bylaws are clearly defined for future developments in the county. Thank you for your time, and I invite any questions that you may have.
Perfect, thanks. Barbara, is there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight.
Okay.
Do we have a couple online, Madam Clerk? Looking for Catherine, I believe, first.
Yeah, through the chair, we'll let in Rob, and His wife is Catherine, so maybe he can shed light on where she is.
Sorry, did you say his wife is Catherine? Okay. Are they both speaking? Madam Clerk, do we need another motion to extend? Well, if you do, it's a Nyman Maynard motion. Nyman Maynard, and all in favor? And everybody's in favor.
I don't know.
Rob, you're with us. Can you hear me, Rob? I think you're on. There you go.
Hello, can you hear?
Hello, how are you?
Not too bad. So this is Catherine. I was also scheduled to speak together with Rob. We have our plans. I missed I guess because of the delay, I don't know what we were at. I heard something about dismissing or
just a motion to extend, Catherine. It's just a technical thing we have to do to stay here longer. So you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So my name is Catherine Checker. I am a co-owner of the property at 76 Avenue Lane, one of the 4 cottages mentioned by Ruth. And I have basically 2 requests for council / asks. One of them, I'm actually slightly embarrassed to have to show up in front of council, since it's a very minor request that I have had with respect to the routing of the easement as it approaches our property in particular. So for context, we have a current right-of-way that abuts our lands, not at the corner of our property, but rather inset along the property line with one of the other cottages. And the existing position of the abutment would allow us to plant a more significant privacy hedge or build a wall down the street or whatever is necessary now that the trailer park is expanding and building actual trailer sites behind our property. In the past, the property or the lands behind our property or adjacent to our property were zoned rural with a special provision for accessory use for this said trailer park. That has been rezoned in the past, and now in the last year they started construction to actually build sites there, which took us as residents by surprise. We were not aware of these plans to build there, or the trailer park to build there, and we were also not aware of the right of access moving as a result. So we've been trying to get in touch with the trailer park ever since they dug up our existing right of way back in 2021. And initially there was no getting through, but finally in November of last year, we had our first meeting with staff, county staff, planning staff present, as well as the planner, Ruth, and her company. And on that meeting, we did see the first draft, which is the same draft that you see today that's up for proposal of the routing of the easement. And we had requested for the abutment onto our property to be slightly moved to allow us to plant a more significant privacy buffer along the border that is bordering the trailer park with the newly established trailer sites that are coming. Our request was dismissed at the time. We re-raised it on 2 separate occasions when we met again with the Bruce, Victor, and co. back in February of this year, as well as recent as a couple of weeks ago. And each time our request to have that easement approach slightly shifted was dismissed for various invalid reasons, in my opinion. The planners on the trailer park's behalf just don't see a need to accommodate that request. So from our perspective, as I mentioned, it is an important request because it allows us the option to take care of any privacy concerns that are newly established based on the expansion of trailers in close proximity to our property boundary on our lands. So if we shift the easement, if we center it along the opening of our property to that road, that allows us to take care of it on our lands down the road. Whereas if it's if it's abutting right at the corner, we can't plant forest there. If that's where that's the only place where we can access our property. With that, I would also ask, just like Barb did, for council to defer or refer this motion until this adjustment has been made. Or I don't know if you guys have the mandate or the opportunity to just amend the application with that adjustment included. Second concern I had was regarding recourse, similar to what Barb is saying. So in discussing this request on 3 separate occasions with Ruth Victor's company and the trailer park ownership, they have made concessions in the form of promises on what will be in the site plan, adjustments to the site plan that Ruth mentioned, that would enhance our privacy, such as a fence and I think it's sumac plantings on their side of that fence line, which would, I guess, in the summer at least, offer additional green buffer. I'm not sure how that gets enforced, or what our recourse would be if that isn't actually built or planted or maintained as promised, which is another reason why I want to make sure that I can take care of it on my side of the property if need be. So a question for county staff is, or an ask is, if anything is in your power to ensure that these promises get followed through on in the forms of, I don't know, deposits or asks to have this taken care of first or in short order as part of the site plan approval, I'd appreciate that. And I don't know if this was 5 minutes, but I'll hand it over to.
Yep, that was perfectly 5 minutes, so good job.
Thank you. My husband is next.
So Robert's with you?
Yeah.
Perfect. Hi, Robert, welcome.
Hello, thank you. To the honorable members of the council.
You have 5 minutes. I just thought I'd get that in there.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
No worries.
To the honorable members of the council, my name is Robert Jurisovic, and I am an owner of the property at 77 Lake Avenue Lane in Cherry Valley. Our private residential waterfront property abuts a trailer park commercial property. This beautiful gem of a property at 77 Lake Avenue Lane, Cherry Valley, is described legally together with an easement, attachment number 2, which is registered against our title. Council has previously approved a uniform 7-meter easement covering the entire length of the easement on Lake Avenue Lane from County Road 18 to the end of our property. 425 meters, approximately 1,394 feet. I quote the report for application B26-12 approved on March 21st, 2012. Through consent file number B26-12, the applicants wish to create a new 7-meter, 23-foot wide right-of-way over the lane known as Lake Avenue Lane. Proposed dimensions for the right-of-way are width 7 meters, length 425 meters. The current proposed minimum width is 6.1 meters, attachment 3. We are not excited to lose any width along which we can travel and turn our boat around relative to what was previously approved by council. In summary, as we will have to engage lawyers to reflect any potential change of this right-of-way on our property's titles, we would like to ensure that this is a one-time effort done well and right. We believe the previously approved 7-meter wide and the previously approved 7-meter width and the centered approach mentioned by Katrin to our property are key features of any potential update to our existing right-of-way, and together they would ensure that we would not have to revisit this issue in the near future. We therefore request that the applicants be either asked to resubmit their application with these issues resolved, or the application be amended accordingly by council this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. We have a question from Councillor Branderhorst.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Rob. Just a quick question on what would be the ideal if you were to shift the driveway a bit. I believe from previous conversations, if I wasn't wrong, it'd be 3 feet from the corner of the property line, but just for sake of clarification, what would be the ideal before you start hitting, there's a bell box there and also a hydro pole?
Right. So again, I don't work for hydro, but in terms of what we discussed, if we were to center the easement, I have a picture. I'm not sure if it's going to be visible or not, but probably not, right? Is that visible? But basically a 7-metered approach would leave 2.5 meters on either side. We have a 12-meter opening. So the opening, and we are really grateful to Sam for coming out to the cottage and seeing it, firsthand. So we have a 12-meter irregular opening where the easement basically abuts our property. And so 7-meter centered easement would leave 2.5 meters on either side of the property, on either side of the entryway to basically square the corners to buffer the property from inside our property line and still have, right of way that isn't obstructed, which actually it is now. So in terms of hydro, I have reached out to them independently and they said that it's no problem. My understanding from them was that they have a utility easement, but that doesn't trump the existing easement, and there is a provision there that they would, that the ownership would have to move the hydro pole, and incur the cost of doing so if needed. So it didn't seem like a big deal, other than there's a cost to that. But by centering the easement, I think that there's enough space left there to accommodate, hydro as well as any other utilities within that space. But, there's room to compromise, but at this stage, it's, right now it's obstructed and skewed left. That's attachment 2. So obstructed by a hydro pole, a bell box, and a fairly mature walnut tree. And the proposal is to skew it right. And that doesn't leave us any room to basically buffer our property from the inside of our property line, which is what we're concerned about, given the expansion or the planned expansion. And so a shifted, either centered or slightly off-centered easement would be most preferred, so that we could basically square that corner of our entryway. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thanks, Sam.
Perfect. Thank you, Rob, for your time tonight. And that's all our registered speakers. So would somebody please put this on the floor for me? Councillor Brandehorst, seconded by Councillor Grosso.
I have to read her out, don't I?
Just the numbers, please.
Okay. 2 seconds. Okay, this is a Brandehorst Grosso motion that consent file number B29-22 Castle Amalco, thank you. Real Estate Holdings, ULC, Lake Avenue RV Resort, 37-38 Lake Avenue Lane.
So you got to read 1 and 2 and then read the
Yeah, that the report DS-30-2024 of Development Services dated June 19th, 2024 regarding consent filed number B29-22 be received, and that technical consent file number B29-22 for lands located at 37 Lake Avenue be approved, subject to the following conditions 1 through 7.
Thank you, Councillor Brandehorst. Is there any questions or comments, Councillor Brandehorst?
So, there's been lots of discussion on this file, and I would not be in support of a deferral at this point. I think that we as a committee can get some of this stuff sorted out. And from my talks with planner Emily, who has been very fantastic to work with, I think a lot of what has been discussed can be figured out during site plan. So, but I would like to confirm with Emily right now, like, while I'm on microphone and being recorded, just what could be figured out. From what I understand, Emily, the drainage situation is going to be decided in site plan approval. And I mean, I am interested in looking at a site, a specific drainage plan that can accommodate and protect, I think, the green buffer. I think Lake Avenue team is putting enough money into to adding additional buffers. So for what I could see, to protect an existing greens buffer would be preferred. Would that be possible, or at least something to be looked into during site plan?
Emily?
Through Mr. Chair, yeah, the intent of offsetting the right of way from the existing is to provide an area in which that buffering can be done. And I know that it's the owner's intent to do a combination of vegetation or fencing there, and are working with the different owners to discuss their preferences in front of their sites, their respective properties rather.
But since this is not a discussion on site plan, I would like to have your assurance that you, as the staff member here, is also, you heard the constituents' concerns and you're going to do your best to hopefully work with this file? Or can we put anything into this file specifically right now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have included conditions that require the owner to enter into a site plan agreement, and we've listed some of the specific concerns as things that do need to be addressed through that agreement. And regarding the site plan, whichever planner ends up being the site planner, if it's myself or someone else, I'll ensure that they are aware of this discussion.
So then it would be an amendment if I wanted to put it on the south side as recommended from the constituent, correct?
Did you hear the question, Emily?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, just to you, Councillor Branderhorst, so meaning buffering would be provided to the south of the laneway as opposed to along the cottages?
I believe it was that the water would move along the south side, the water drainage would move along the south side of the laneway as to not impede the trees that are growing along the one constituent's property.
Yeah, I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, all of that could be explored during the site plan phase. This easement really doesn't lock the owners into doing a specific drainage plan. The concept plan that they've done does show that drainage will be conveyed in front of the cottage properties via an enhanced swale and then into a pipe, and then it would be discharged near to the boat launch. But if that were discovered not to be a feasible option, or if with working with the owners, if there's a preference to do it to the south, this approval wouldn't commit them to doing drainage to the north of the laneway.
Councillor Branderhurst, you good? Yep.
I have another question if that's possible.
Councillor Maynard?
You might feed off. Maybe feed off mine. Okay, so we had some questions regarding the legal expenses. So that would, I assume that's not part of the site plan. Would that be? Would we address that under number 4, where the owner applies for and obtains an entrance permit and civic address to each of the cottages, and maybe then insert and pays the legal expenses of the? Because I'm not sure where I see where that's addressed, right? Like, I mean, this was at the.
Emily, do you have comments on legal fees?
Mr. Chair, we haven't included that as a condition. In order for something to be requested as a condition, it does need to be associated with the development. And I would say that this is not associated with the development per se. It is obviously impacting the alignment of the existing right of way, but it's not as though it's not as though any rezoning or intensification is sought. This is more so just realigning a right of way because it was identified that the existing right of way isn't covered by infrastructure, and also because we can't do buffering along the lot line with the right of way as it is.
So just follow up though, it's the applicant that requested the realignment. So why should the existing cottage owners be required to pay said associated legal expenses?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, if the owners don't want the realignment, I guess that we'll have to work within those constraints through the site planning process. Perhaps that means doing buffering only to the south of the laneway, which will see a bit of traffic from the trailer park as well. As discussed as well, the existing easement is encumbered, as is clearly shown on the survey sketch. So I believe it's in the owner's interest to work with us to realign the right of way.
Okay.
Councilor Branderhorst, do you have another question?
Yes, I have another question specifically just towards not the grandfathered. Back in 2012, council originally said that the easement driveway width was going to be 7 meters. I understand that currently that is not necessary underneath the current widths of roadways, but since it was approved by council in 2012, I think it's only appropriate that we continue what was the tradition and I think the precedents set by councils past. So I would like to see a 7-meter roadway put in, and I also think it's good faith with that roadway to see it shifted to the point that even if it cannot be perfectly centered like the applicant wants, at least to the point that it doesn't impact the drainage. So moved as far, I think that's right on the map, that is allowed, that does not impede the drainage of the other properties. I would just like to see done, and if you need a motion, I can add that one on.
Do you need a motion for that, Emily, or is that direction?
That's direction. I just want to note, there is mention in the 2012 report about a 7-meter wide easement. I did review the survey sketch that was done with that 2012 report. There's no dimensions on there. I'm not sure where that 7 meters came from. But if you look at the survey sketch for the existing proposal, that does reference the 2012 reference plan. And on there notes that the existing easement is 6.1 meters. So that was done by a surveying company. And I would assume that the existing 6.1 meters noted on the proposed sketch is accurate.
Councilor Branderhorst, follow up?
Yes, so then if possible, I would like to see that extended to 7 from what was originally meant to be from councils past, and for some reason has seemed to fall through the cracks. I would just like to see that easement extended.
So, motion or direction? Manager Michaud, I'm looking to you for...
Given the material change, probably best to have a motion.
Councilor Branderhorst,
Sure, I can make up a motion on the
do you
fly,
have
I
a
think.
seconder? It's gonna be that the right-of-way that is 6.1 goes to the 7 meters. Councilor Nyman seconded. Any questions on the motion? Councilor Harrison? Or, oh, you wanted to second it, sorry. Yeah, all right.
Well, and I'd like to, if I can throw in that motion, if it's okay with the seconder, that the driveway is shifted towards the right to within reason to accommodate the water's drainage pathway. I'm sorry, clerk. I'm giving you words that, Stormwater management. Thank you, manager.
Are you okay with that, seconder?
And so yes, to it, which I understand will be taken up during site plan, correct? Yep, thank you.
So that motion is on the floor. Everybody understands we're going from 6.1 to 7 and the stormwater management is included in it. All in favor? And that carries, thank you. So now we have the original motion as amended. It's a Branderhorst Grosso motion. Any further questions? All in favor? And that carries. Moving on, only 3 more. 6.5. Would somebody like to put 6.5 on the floor for me, please? It was 6.1, it's now 6.5. Councilor Branderhorst, seconded by Councilor Engelsdorfer.
This is a Branderhorst Engelsdorfer motion that 6.5.
That the items approved under Delegated Authority Bylaw 98-2020 be received for information.
Bless you.
Thank you, Councilor Branderhorst. All in favor? And that carries. All right, 7.1, Councilor Branderhorst, seconded by Councilor McNaughton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, that this is a Branderhorst McNaught motion, that this meeting now adjourn at 11:31 p.m.
All in favor? And that carries.